Yo, what's going on? Good morning, everybody. I've been on mute. You guys been asking, but all right, let's see. Oh, it's a nice move on Bitcoin. So I haven't taken any positions on Bitcoin. I discussed it with you guys the other day. So essentially, we wanted to wait for the wick fill before I did anything on Bitcoin. We got the wick fill here. So yesterday, I thought we got the wick fill here. We had not. We missed it by like 40 points. And then here we did get the wick fill. We left that liquidity higher, and we are now filling that wick here. So uh, at any point, I'm not saying at any point we can sell, but I am going to start looking on the higher time frame openings for a potential flip. So like here, for example, this is a fresh 3 hour open. We just opened. Never mind. I'm on a 182. Let's go to 3. That's fine. So this has maybe about it's barely been open for about 30 minutes, and we did all this in the past 30 minutes. So if we start flipping back below this 25, you can take the tactical sells, or maybe you can wait until GP up here to short. But regardless, I'm gonna start looking for sells on Bitcoin, and then you should see something similar on gold. So let's zoom out. Gold tagged the 3618 here. Like I said, hey, if we get above the 2618, which we did, we're probably gonna squeeze to the 3618. So this is fine. Obviously, yes, it sucks that we're higher, but this is fine for now as long as we respect this 3618. If we do start getting above this level, then at that point you do want to be careful with the sells. But if we pop back into these levels and respect the highs and push back lower, that's fine. And then it's a little easier to see on the GLD. So this is where we were trading yesterday, right? These are your highs, which I don't know why my indicator's not showing up. There we go. So yeah, this is not showing up right. That's fine, whatever. So these were the highs from yesterday's intraday session, which is where we are currently at, right? So this is going to be your level to watch versus this tight range here. If they break out above that level, they can go try to squeeze back into these highs. But as long as we respect this high, we can try to do this. So gold at open is going to be a very important I'm gonna watch gold at open. So that 1317, that 317.27 right here is gonna be what I'm watching, this area, this green level. If we do get above that, I think everyone has May. Well, I actually can't speak for everyone. Everyone should have May 16. So if you get squeezed for a couple more hours, one more day before flipping lower, I don't think it's gonna be something major. Unless you're on a shorter dated contract, then yes, a squeeze I guess could affect your premiums a lot. But like I said, anywhere above here, definitely be out of that trade. The thesis is hopefully fade from here. If it does come up to these levels, that's totally fine. But we don't want to see any new highs on gold, or I'm just gonna go ahead and probably take the trade off, maybe wait to reassess, put it back on later, or we'll see. Let me see who's in here. And then AVGO is opening at super critical levels today. Am I on the right? So yesterday we discussed potentially bouncing off of that 161.61, the 618. That's literally the low from yesterday, which we got like at 1150. Bounced off of that level. We're opening up a lot higher into the top range where we can see some resistance. So you see the daily gap up. currently opening slightly higher. The thesis here on AVGO is you have two types of overhead resistance. One is going to be your overhead level resistance here, right? Top of this range where we've been trading in. Let's zoom out a bit. Zoom out even more. So just so you can get a perspective of where we at, these are the daily levels, massive range. Currently have been pivoting around this 161.61, which is again the 1618. You have several tests of this level, you know, several tests here, here, here. Now we're back at these levels, right? So very important zone. And as for today or yesterday, we held the lows as expected, or it should have bounced. Now you have the top range to deal with. This top range. Are we going to sell potentially back to the lows off this top range, or are they actually going to go for the breakout? So you have a fine line in the sand on AVGO like we did yesterday, which is good. So just watch that previous day low here for semis. I would not be chasing longs myself. Like I said, I much rather look for names that are still at highs, like McDonald's. These is not too bad. They also have earnings coming up. There's a lot of names that are still within maybe 5-10% from all-time highs. So I'd much rather be looking to short those names on a structure shift as opposed to trying to buy these names that are already at the lows. I get it. Mentality-wise, it makes sense to buy something that is at a discount. That's what we're accustomed to doing, buying discounts. But for the market, you know, and stuff like this in general, you don't really know when the bottom is a bottom. It's not like, you know, a car or toilet paper or, you know, something that you can say, hey, 25% off, 50% off, that's a good deal. I get it. Some stocks are 25% off, maybe even 50% off, and it might seem like a good deal, which in retrospect it should be, right? It just makes logical sense, but not really. If things keep dropping, just because you're buying at a discount per se doesn't mean you can't lose money, so just be careful with that. But yeah, AVGO watching that 169.80 or 85, let's say, around there. If we start breaking out above, then maybe we'll get continuation back to the upside. But you have quite a bit of resistance. Like I said, you have level resistance, and you also have trend resistance here on the way down. So as you can see, this trend has been ongoing for a few days. When was this? 14th. So about a week. Putting in lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. We are here. Are they going to continue that trend and put in lower lows, lower highs to a new low? Or are they about to break that here into this circle and get us that breakout we were discussing? So yeah, that's the test on semis for today. So that's that. Apple also had a small bounce. This has earnings next week. So we got to be careful with all these massive ranges. Like, what are you supposed to do in this $50 range? This is huge. Just be careful what you're doing here. Let's go to 192. As you can see, well, not really because it's pretty messy, but it's getting kind of tight here, right? So as you come to a pinpoint around the 0.5, which is 196.79, is where you should try to watch for a move. Above the 0.5 or that 196.79, maybe short-term bullish, but if we stay below, I would expect this to keep driving lower. And when was this too far back? I was here. Yeah. So I did not take the sells here myself, but I did mention shorting Monday off the open, shorting Apple, shorting semis. That paid pretty well. Look at where we are from that day. So we're down quite a bit back into the base where we broke out from, right? This is where we broke out from before we did this. Now we're back at that base. So this is very possible here. Just be mindful, watch that 0.5. And again, if we start breaking above the 0.5, maybe they do go for the upside. If we're below it, I'd be careful or refrain from buying calls or being long. In general, I myself, like I said, I'm not taking the upside. If the market squeeze higher, that's great. I'll just wait to short it higher. But I'm not looking to buy calls on names that are at a discount per se. Like I said, I much rather short names still at highs. We got like 10 minutes before the open. Does anybody want me to cover anything real quick, or you have any specific questions on anything? I made a few comments this morning. TLT is way above EQ, if anyone saw the comments on that. But I've made a few comments on several different things, earnings next 2 weeks, gold. So just let me know if you guys have any questions on anything before we get started. I guess not. So right off the rip, we have the overnight gap up on SPY. Bro, why does this look like this? I mean, it doesn't even look like a gap up, being honest with you, because of the size of the daily candle yesterday. So sure, we have a tiny gap right here, but on the daily you can't even see it because this previous daily engulfs it. So this is a previous daily high, previous daily low. We are currently trading around the midpoint. So you got your low, you got your high. This is your midpoint where we gapped up from. So maybe fade off the 786, come close the gap at the 0.5, and then see what happens at that retest. If they bounce off the 0.5, they can do that. If not, we're coming back to the lows, maybe even lower. But for now, I'm not forcing anything. If we come into the 786, you want to try tactical sales there, which is 520.91. Maybe that's possible. And then if they do start losing, let's go down to a lower time frame. So maybe as long as we're above 519.65, which is this level here, I would refrain from being short. So if we break below this level, then you can maybe entertain the sells, or simply wait. Like I said, if above, don't short. Wait for the 786, try shorts here, or wait for the break below to take the sells. Let me know if that makes sense. And again, as long as above, like the current situation we are in, don't short, because they're going to try to do this if anything. At that 786, you can try the shorts here for this move down. And if we do flip per se, you know, next candle or two down instead of this upside path, then you can try this potential setup for some sells, but not until you get the triggers. So right now I'm gonna just wait, see what SPY does here at the open, but these are current levels to watch. We do have this small gap, so maybe we'll go fill this at some point today. Whether we continue to drive lower below this, we're gonna find out, see how they react into EQ here, but I do think they'll go close it. Like I said, retest this open gap and drive higher, or continue a new leg lower is going to be something to watch. And Tesla is going to be super important after the close. I didn't put too much importance on it, but Tesla is, I think it should be important. Not saying it'll move, but Tesla in the market, yeah, it's a, I don't want to say it's a big component, but in 2020, anyone who's been trading, you know, Tesla was probably the biggest Momo stock there's been. And then you had Nvidia all the time, but yeah, it's gonna be pretty important here. All right, we got 5 minutes till the open. And then Netflix rallied majority of what it gave back yesterday off that 976. So we're probably gonna get the breakout, go back to those highs, and then hopefully we could get something similar on Costco, so we could get that gap close and fade if we get there. I'm not touching it at these levels, to be honest with you guys. If we get the gap closed, then I'll entertain a trade. Other than that, I'm not doing much, and I should have alerts. Let me double check. I do not. So yeah, those of you who have been here, you heard my comments on Costco last week. You've heard my general market comments. If we do get this move up today, like let's say because you guys got to be honest, like this whole move happened in a matter of about 3 hours or a day yesterday, right? So if we did this yet to the downside yesterday, why can't we do this to the upside in one day? If that does happen at any point, like I said, I'm shorting up here, which is why we have this, but we'll see. And then Netflix also okay. I gotta double check before I speak, but I think Costco has lower IV than Netflix. So yes, I do want to short both, but let's say they are both trading at 1,000, which they're not. Costco is lower, but assuming they both were at 1,000, I think you're gonna get the cheaper premiums on Costco. I'll double check, but yeah, it's a thesis: short Netflix, short cost, or just anything in general that is closer to the highs. So let's go to daily. Yeah, it looks better on a daily. So for perspective, off the highs to where we currently are around, it's about 4% off the highs. In my opinion, I don't see realistically how Netflix is outperforming Apple. I don't know. I guess, but like Apple down 25% off the highs, high to low 35, and then you got Netflix, 7% off the all-time highs. McDonald's 5% off the all-time highs. I don't think this move down is done yet, or you're about to have a mega strength rally from Apple and it's gonna have the whole market bounce. One of two things, but this divergence is massive. This doesn't happen too often, and if it does happen, it doesn't stay that way for too long. Like those discrepancies are massive, trust me. So like I said, the plan, obviously you guys know, take these names at the highs way back to the lows, or Apple's gonna have a massive rally off of these lows. But we're coming to a pinpoint across the board. So I think the next 2 weeks are gonna be kind of tricky, and they might not make it easy for us in the aspect that they're gonna force you to lock in that bet, like I said. So we'll see how they play it out. But I don't expect it to be a walk in the park, if I'm being honest with you guys. Nice little breakout here at open. Well, we haven't opened yet, but nice little breakout here. And AVGO coming down off those highs. So we already have a bit of a divergence. Apple coming to the upside, pushing up. AVGO pushing down. Let's see what develops. And then gold getting rejected into that previous day high. So this is the level to watch. Sorry, previous day high. What should I put up here? J&J's not bad. Yeah, so J&J super low IV and at good levels. McDonald's is alright. There's a lot of good setups, honestly, guys. I know you guys are probably like, oh, I missed everything. Everything in the market already crashed. I missed the whole crash. Like, nah, there's still a lot of stocks at all-time highs you could take good sales on. Yeah, I'll probably just watch this. There's a breakout on SPY here. So let's see if we could get that 786 around 521 and maybe fade from there for that gap close. Alright, so we off to the races. Massive pop on Apple. Look at this though. AVGO massive sell while we get a massive pop on Apple. So definitely some divergences here. Let's see who takes control. EQ on AVGO for a bounce, or Apple rejected into that 197. And then if you guys see SPY is immediately below that level we discussed pre-market. I don't really like this candle, so just be careful. But if you did take the sales on the breach of that level, that can potentially work here. If not in a trade, you can maybe watch Apple for potential sell into that 197. I'm not looking at premiums. I'm not looking at anything. I'm probably not gonna do it. Just making comments on the general price action here. But yeah, SPY breaking below that level. AVGO testing EQ. Let's see, what can we get into? Nice pop here on Netflix. I might be. I originally wanted to take Costco, but I mean, I'll settle for Netflix if I have to. Let me check IVs. Let's see what we're working with. And I'm not rushing into anything right now. Let's see. Just trying to get a general sense of what might make more sense price wise. All right, we got 46% IV on Netflix. And I'm pretty sure Costco is going to be lower. Costco's 33, so about 13% difference. It's not ridiculous, but I do like Costco more. So levels wise, technicals wise, Netflix is cleaner. Like I said, if Costco was also trading around 1,000, I'd hand over fist take Costco. The only thing I don't like is Costco's at 970 while Netflix is into those 1,000 highs here. So we're about to fill wicks here. Yikes. Apple into highs here. Ooh, I just realized they wicked on SPY. So again, if SPY comes into at 786, that might be a potential area to fade. Apple into that 197 resistance. AVGO trying to get under EQ. I'm debating nibbling on Netflix into these highs. We're just waiting for Costco. But the problem is I might never get Costco. Sometimes that's the problem. I get too patient and I wait too long for setups, and then I never get the entries I want, and you just miss a trade, which is fine. Rather miss a trade than force a bad one. Yeah, see, if I get something at the money on Netflix, which again, Netflix is trading about 50 bucks higher, so it makes sense. It's about 16, 17 bucks. If I do Costco at the money, they're about 1,000. SPY coming back on that level. My bad, y'all. I'm trying to get some trades in myself here. The spreads are disgusting on Costco. Yeah, I'm gonna have to pass on those. Fuck it. They look juicy, but can't force it. So theoretically, this level, this 1030 on Netflix, 1032 looks decent for potential sell. This is the original sell setup where we took it from. Pretty expensive. So let's full screen this for 1 second. These are the highs, essentially where we broke down from, right? So we are retesting that level, and you're betting for this next leg down that we never completed, right? That's the thesis. The contracts are pretty expensive, but not saying you can't get paid out. They're just pretty expensive. Let's say you get something at the money like a 1030. You're gonna pay about 1.7k or I don't know. They were around 1.7k. Let's just use that math. 1.7k. You get locked in at 1030. Your break even is not gonna be until so 17 bucks lower. I'm pretty sure everyone knows how to calculate options here, but if you don't, that's some super basic stuff everybody should know. So right off top, you just do the math. 1030 subtract 17, and then you're gonna have, let's say, your break even because of premiums, IVs, and all that. Let's say 1010, so 20 bucks lower. Below here, you still have a massive range. This is where your money is made. From here to here, let's say you're break even because you already paid this premium up front. You paid all this premium up front. You're not making money until you get below here, and then all this is your money. If you go even lower, obviously even better. But it's hard to pay up front so much premium, especially myself. I feel like I'm not stingy, but I don't really like overpaying for stuff. I like looking for bargains across the market. And this isn't necessarily a bargain. Super nice flip here, by the way, on the 3-minute. It's not necessarily a bargain because you're paying a lot of premium up for the contract, but the fact that you can make, the range to the downside is huge. So I guess it is a bargain since you can easily make a 1-to-1 RR, if not more, on the downside if it comes. But yeah, just paying that much up front for something like a weekly is crazy to me. But again, these are more expensive stocks, so it is what it is. Watch and SPY here is still above that 519 level. If we get below that, hold below, I think we will see a shift to the downside. But for now, it's been holding up pretty well. Apple getting rejected at that 197, and then Netflix at that 1032. I want to see what happens. And then McDonald's bounced yesterday off that 306 level we discussed that we've been watching and retesting the previous highs we were at. I still really like McDonald's for the downside, but again, we're holding above point of control, and so this is, I'll just move it over. This is literally where we were at a couple days ago. We're back at that same spot again. So delivering upside targets here. Now the next test is what we did here. Are we gonna get rejected off of these highs, or are they gonna deliver the next leg higher? That's the test McDonald's has here. So previous day high test here, and then next level to watch is like 314.25. We have open gaps below, so I don't think McDonald's would be terrible for sales if the market does flip. IV on that one is cheap, so that one's not a bad idea. Netflix above 1032 here. I want to see if we could get back below these levels. If not, the sales are going to be no short term. And then gold is slipping back below. Like I said this morning, come into this previous day high and see if we could get rejected off that, which we just did. Now we're following this potential path to the downside. At any point, if they hold these lows and start bouncing up and get back above this level, then this can still happen. But for now, we're going to assume we're going to try to follow this downside path. So if anyone's in GLD as of yesterday, you could have added today maybe. I haven't really checked premiums on those. I didn't. I'm okay with what I put on yesterday. Levels look fine. But if we do get the breakdown below here, we should start to get paid out and maybe break below into yesterday's lows. Netflix flip here again into that 1032. Tesla rejected at that 232.60. I don't even know what level that is. Where's that from? Oh, that's the point of control. All right. What? So I'm reading some message. I'm not gonna see from who. They're asking me about trimming T-Mobile and PM. I mentioned that possibility yesterday. Here, if you want to trim it, sure, I guess, but we're slightly higher than we were yesterday. Levels somewhat intact. PM, you want to see a break back below the 0.5, lose a 786, move lower. So taking it off here might be a mistake. You should have probably taken it off yesterday. Like I said, they have earnings. Like, I don't know what you want me to tell you. You're talking about researchers and analysts and earnings reports and this and that, and it's like, bro, I don't care who the analyst is. Bottom line, it's the same. It's a 50-50. No analyst, not myself, not Buffett. Like, nobody knows how shit's going. Well, maybe they do behind the lines, but in reality, like, nobody knows. So I can't tell you. I'm telling you the risk that it's a binary event. If you want to hold the risk into earnings, go for it. But I did let you guys know yesterday, hey, the profits are pretty nice if you want to take some off. Just a normal guy did take some off on T-Mobile. So the fact that you have both PM and T-Mobile, both are super green, you didn't book on either, up to you. Now you're asking if you can hold it for earnings. My answer is the same. It's a 50-50 binary event. Are the levels clean? Are we at all-time highs? Do I favor downside? Sure. Does that mean we're going to crash or go down lower? I have no clue. So I can't tell you what to do with your position. You're telling me to give you the okay to hold. Like, I'm not your dad, like, you guys got to make those decisions for yourselves. Do you want to hold it? But I can't say, hey, hold this, don't hold this. 786 here on SPY, by the way. So if anyone wanted to short, this is going to be probably the best setup you're going to get. If we do start squeezing above this, it's probably going to be your area to get stopped out. If you want to use previous day high or a little higher for your stops, maybe that's fine. But into these areas, it's probably going to be where you could get those tactical sells we discussed and maybe go close that gap. Gold did come down right here, by the way, too. So let's go cover that. So gold slipping here a little bit. Nothing major until we get below yesterday's range, which is around EQ here. Nothing major because, again, this is the trading action intraday, this box. This happened pre-market. So if we do lose these daily range lows from yesterday around EQ, we're probably going to deliver the rest of this leg down into this, and then look at this open gap. So if we do that, we can maybe even come lower. But for now, these are the levels to watch on gold. Decent progress, but be aware if we hold these levels, you can still do that upside. So careful here. And then let's see if SPY manages to flip into that 521 level. If anyone wants to take a fast, shorter trade like 0DT or something, I probably wouldn't, but to each his own. If y'all want to do it, to each his own. But you're probably better off. I'm not actually, you know what? Fuck it. If you guys want to take a tactical scalp, maybe this is okay for the Souths, because I definitely wouldn't condone putting on swings here. You could, just not the best entries. I'd much rather you guys put swings on names at all-time highs. So if you guys want to try scalping this, I guess that's fine. But look at Apple. Apple's well above the 197, and unless it manages to flip back below, I don't see SPY coming down here. Let's watch. I'm gonna flip my 3-minute timer. Let's see what develops next few minutes. PM, small flip here. Let's see. J&J is also decent. Oh, back into that 158. So let's cover this real quick. J&J has super low IV. Matter of fact, I think this might be the lowest IV play you can take with the mega cap over 100 billion, if I'm not mistaken. So back into that 158 level where we originally fell from and broke out from. So breakout happened here, breakdown happened here. Now retesting that level. Are we gonna break out or break back down? I'm assuming break back down. You have this wick. You have earnings on, what is this? Well, we already had earnings. Excuse me. Yeah, we had earnings. What was this? Last week, I forgot. Yeah, that's where we had this dud. So long story short, IV's good. Earnings are out the way on this one, so if you want to swing it, it's maybe a little better than PM or T-Mobile. But assuming we fade off that 158, again, you want to target maybe 141. And again, this is super low IV. So if anyone needs something to enter or watch, J&J's at 158, assuming markets are going to roll over as well, is a decent potential trade. So into previous day high here on SPY. We're probably going to go to the 525 if I'm being honest with you guys. Maybe not, but if I had to guess, they're going to push it to 525, which is into these zones. We had a lot of volume transacted yesterday at the 525. And I did let you guys know literally when we were below 510, hey, this is the level to watch. If bulls do not manage to reclaim and hold this 510, we're going 100 points lower. So right now they held it. Doesn't mean that we can't fade off of these highs and, you know, still get that 410 target. But I did let you guys know to definitely take some off into these lows. And now we are up here. So open gaps below. Like I said, we can still fade this rally. Just not forcing anything, knowing that we can go into maybe like even 525. And I myself don't really like taking 0 DTs. I've told you guys this. I'd much rather take something like a swing. It's a lot safer, a lot easier to manage, less stressful. So up to y'all. But like for example, let's say I did take the 0 DT, which I didn't. I'd already be for sure down decent amount. Not gonna lie, don't know the percentage, but the way 0 DTs move, I wouldn't be surprised if I was down at least maybe 30-50% on this move higher here. So doesn't mean we can't sell from here, but let's see. Let's check some premiums. I haven't taken 0 DTs on Spire SPX in a cool minute. Probably not gonna be the day either, but I'll watch it. Let's see. What do they charge? That's not terrible, actually. I thought they'd be more expensive. At the money, they're around 200 bucks. So theoretically, on a day like today, you have about a $5 range. You can definitely make money, but I'd probably like them closer to like 175, 150, which I probably won't get. Maybe like the 520s wouldn't be bad for a quick scalp here. So the 520 puts on SPY for a quick scalp off these highs, assuming we're gonna flip, seems okay. J&J did flip off that 158 here. See if they, I might try it for a trade. Not gonna lie, not the biggest fan of the specific entry here. They might go for 525 squeeze. So one of two things. Let's say you are trying it. One, keep it tactical on a market structure shift. If not, you could do, depending how fast you are, you could do preset dollar amount risk or percent based risk. If we do pop higher into, let's say 525, if you get stopped out before then, it'll help you mitigate the risk. Then you can just reload into those 525 levels. Or let's say we do squeeze to 525, but your stops have not been hit yet. If you want to consider scaling in at 525 or just leaving the original trade, that might be okay. But across the board, we have Apple pushing above 197, AVGO bounced off EQ, Netflix above 1032. So the point I'm trying to make is everything's going higher, which doesn't make sense why you'd short. So we need a flip here on the lower time frame for those sales to work, or it's just going to be an invalid setup. But like I said, those 520s aren't terrible, assuming we do flip here for the 0 DT fast trade. But if you are on a smaller account, I'd much rather you guys literally, and I do mean literally, not take 0 DTs. Like just completely forget about them, pretend they don't exist. Focused solely on scaling high quality, good trades on your accounts, which are the swings, and you'll do a lot better in the long run. Super small, even if there's small losses, you know, 50 bucks, 100 bucks, 200 here and there on a smaller account, it's going to set you back a lot. So you're better off just waiting for those better setups, which much higher probability of success, and, you know, taking those instead. So let's see here, tiny flip on SPY. Hopefully, if we do stay below, close below, those can pay. And then Apple needs back below 197. Let's see, J&J still below 158. Yeah, J&J still below 158. Like I said, that one's a super low IV play. If anyone wants to take a swing and has nothing on, this one's at great levels. McDonald's is also at pretty good levels. I already have it right here. There's a lot of names trust. If you guys don't have anything, let me know. I'll try to get you guys into something. Maybe don't force anything just because of everything we got coming up. But if you have nothing at all in your port, I'd say you're okay to short maybe like J&J, McDonald's, or something like that. That's into a good area here, and then just definitely leave room to add. So let's say next week or whenever we do break up higher a bit, you can add to your positions, at a discount to scale in. But these are really clean here. And if you took that SPY, I don't want to say you'd be paid because we haven't really moved much. But if they do continue to drive lower from here, those puts can definitely work. Or they're already work more, I guess. So we'll see. Normal guy, I see the call you posted, your profits or whatever. I'm assuming you bought that today and closed that today for a quick scalp to the upside. That's fine. The only problem I have with that is your RR, respectfully, is pretty shit. If you keep risking, let's say, $200 every time to make $20 by buying naked calls or puts, it's not gonna work out well in the long run. If you're okay with those smaller percentage wins, you're better off selling spreads, and you'll still get that. What's the percent you got? You got 12% return on that. So if you're, cool with those smaller wins, you're more, you're better off selling spreads. Probability of success is a lot higher, and you're already gonna get those returns. The main reason I'm not the biggest fan of selling spreads, I do it for sure. Uh, but I don't do it. My focus is buying cheap, selling high, because that's where you make the most money, in my opinion, in percent wise. If I wanted smaller returns like that 12%, you can sell spreads. It's a lot safer than buying naked calls and puts. Generally, you want to aim for 1-to-1 at RR. I get it. Doesn't always work out that way. 30%, 50, 60, 90. There's different ways to go about it, but definitely, if you are, taking risk for those smaller returns, it's not going to go well in the long run. So I don't know that specific setup or whatever, but just general rule of thumb. RR, you want to do 1-to-1 or as high as you can. But definitely if you're risking, uh, 200 to make 20 time and time again, it's probably not going to work out in the long run, just saying. Gold did have that bounce off EQ, so I'm not a big fan of that. J&J coming off that 158. SPY bouncing into the 618, which is the 521 that we broke out from. I want to see if they manage to get back below 521 and stay below. That's going to be a good development for the Bears. But as long as we're above, this is going to be a potential area that the Bulls can try to bounce from. So right now, this box that we were supposed to stay below and are currently testing from above is going to be the level to watch here. Lose this, we're probably going to come down and close that gap. Tesla into those highs. I think they're squeezing Tesla probably so people could get long on this shit, and then they just dump it on earnings. I'm not touching it. Like I said, we've been in this massive range for probably over a month. This is definitely not, if you want to buy these lows, you have 1 touch, 2 touches, 3 touches, 4 touches. If you want to buy the 4th touch or whatever for this breakout, like I said, be my guest. But even if we do break out all the way up to here, which is, a decent gain, you're really only coming back into the top of resistance before we even, make any decent upside progress. So would I trade this for earnings? Probably not, but just massive range. Don't really know what to expect. Can they break it down? Sure, but just as easily they can push it $50 higher and still be within its monthly range. SPY testing at 521 here. Let's see what happens next few minutes. Yeah, 0DT is not worth it. When I was newer, I'd be like, oh shit, 0DT, you can make 1,000%. Like, it's cool. Like, yeah, it is, I guess. But you can also lose money pretty fast. It's not something you can consistently scale. You can take them. Like, I don't want to say you can't make money taking zero DTs. I've made a lot of money trading zero DTs, but it's a lot safer and easier to scale positions confidently with a high probability of success if you're swinging. Gold, for example, we had quite a rip last few weeks, last 2 weeks to be specific. I'm still doing okay with those positions. I can just scale, add, roll, do whatever I have to do to the trades. Versus if I would have taken a zero DT trade in size, the way I'm doing it on this specific gold trade, I would have already blown up by now. So definitely way easier to swing and manage on size than zero DTs. Once you have, more cash flow and you have, let's say, big profit margin, you want to say, hey, I want to risk X% of my profits on this specific zero DT because I like the setup. That's a whole different conversation. But if you're barely getting started and you don't have that profit margin to play with, I would definitely not be risking, my money on those trades. SPY's still dancing around that 521. I really want to see what we get here. Back below 521. That downside's gonna look really clean, but as long as we're above, you gotta be careful. Then Apple looks like it wants to flip back below here again. We want to see it under 197. Above 197, I'd be careful if short. Yeah, 18 is tax for Netflix. And I'm telling you, Costco is way cheaper. But levels wise, Netflix is trading, let's say, into the open gap. Matter of fact, let's overlay them. Way higher. Yeah, way higher. So Netflix is literally trading back around all-time highs, and Costco's down here. So levels wise, I like the sales up here more than Costco down here. But at the same time, like you said, the premium is probably about double, even though IV difference is only, what, 13%? That's crazy. I'm telling you, I don't get how Netflix is going back into all-time highs. Like, realistically, I don't know, whatever, bro. I'm not gonna get into it. Like, finances wise and shit, like, what? 1% from all-time highs? What if Apple goes back to 1% from all-time highs? We gotta go 30%. Yeah, this shit is just price action makes 0 sense. But fuck it, trade the levels. Yikes. Now I'm actually getting interested. Do we have any gaps I can target? So gaps. If we had any downside gaps, I'd be a lot more interested. Like, let's say right here in this midpoint, we had an open gap. That would be really clean. Which I'm not saying it's not clean, but I need some type of harmonic I can target or something. They can stack up. Matter of fact, you're right, JP. Let's look at the options data. Are people buying Netflix here or are they selling it? Oh, yeah, we in that. Yeah, I'm gonna take some. Fuck it. I just sent in the Discord. We have heavy call flow. We probably have 6-1 call flow on Netflix. We got 46 million on the call side, only about 7-8 million on the put side. That meets my criteria. The levels are nice, super overextended. Let's see what I could get. They're really expensive, I'm telling you guys, but I like the risk to reward. The option chain looks okay. If I can get a deal I like, I might nibble on these. They're down a bit, not gonna lie. Earlier they were really pricey, which they still are, but they're down about 50% from when I first called it out. So shit, I might. Yeah, I'm gonna nibble right here. Fuck you. Let's see if they feel me. I put my orders in. Let's see. So right here, fuck it, calling it. This is a sniper shot right here. Oh, don't like that. Spy bounce off that 521. Now pushing highs. Uh, Apple also pushing highs. Let's see if Netflix manages to flip here and the rest of the market flips as well. Bro, tell me they filled me at least on one. Yeah, they did. I was about to cry. Nah, I'm just playing. I would not touch UNH. It already had a massive. It did what, 25%? Yeah, bro. We got all the downside. This was the first downside. This was the second downside. We got both. In my opinion, yeah, we can bounce, but this is not the name to buy or short. If you're looking to short a health sector name, which I think is the move, because a lot of them were still at highs. You have names like CI, which is Cigna. Cigna's still near highs. That's a decent short. You have LLY. That's still probably a decent short. These are probably going to be a little more expensive, especially LLY. But there's names that are a lot higher on the monthly charts than like UNH, which UNH is still pretty extended. But yeah, maybe take something else. What else is there? LLY, Cigna. There was another one reporting soon. I forgot. I'll check. But yeah, UNH. I think like fuck it. We missed a trade. We missed a trade. I'd rather engage something else here. Damn, I'm gonna have to. All right, so the higher these names go, the more likely or the more I like them to add. So I myself, like I said, I wanted to take it slow, which I do plan on doing still. But the higher these names get to the top ranges, like McDonald's, PM, is it Abbott? Not Abbott. Abbott's okay. There's a few names that are still near highs that I mentioned this morning. Any of these names, the higher they get, the more I like them for the sells. So like McDonald's, down here at 306, I was not telling you guys to short. I was telling you guys, hey, be careful. If not, book puts. Here, the shorts have worked really well. The shorts worked really well on this leg. They worked really well on this leg. They worked really well on this leg. Now we're coming back into the top range. Can we break out back to the 325? That is definitely possible. But if we get the flip here on the lower time frames, I will try putting on some sells to come down and close these gaps. Keyword swings. Like, I'm not telling you guys short here for a fast day trade. No, I'm going to try to put on swings with time. If we flip here, great. I'll hold those swings. If we do not flip and I get squeezed a bit higher into those higher targets, I'll consider rolling, adding, doing whatever I have to do to manage those swings. But I do like all of these names are going into all-time highs for a potential short. Like I said, if you guys think the market is going to go much higher, then be my guest and buy Apple, SPY, everything, AVGO for a breakout back to all-time highs. If these names are 30% off from all-time highs and Netflix is already at all-time highs, What does that mean? That after Apple, SPY, and everything else rallies, Netflix is gonna be trading at 1,500? Like, just realistically, these levels do not make sense. Netflix, in my opinion, back into the highs is the top. We're gonna slip, and the rest of these names are gonna continue to slip lower in the coming months. I just realistically cannot see these markets, rallying from these levels. Speaking for it in general, cross assets, you got gold, Bitcoin, Netflix, a lot of weird things going on where it just makes me feel even firmer that we're gonna fall. Like, this is not normal. So we'll see. You got in down here, Pilo? And I just saw your comment that they selling calls. That could be it too. If the calls traded or sold, that's gonna be a magnet to the upside. But damn, I just saw your comment. I didn't know you got in earlier. Yeah, bro. If you can get in up here, like I said, they down 50% off. I just nibbled in right here, but if I would have got them down here, yeah, for sure would have taken a fat hit. Let's see. We're getting new highs here across the board, somewhat. I want to see again SPY flip or Netflix is gonna be my main indicator. New highs on Netflix, I'm gonna probably just call it across the board and on Netflix. But I'm still waiting to see if we can get a small flip here. I'm gonna go on mute real quick. I'm getting a call. Let me pick up the phone, but I'm gonna be here. Just on mute. All right, I'm back, yo. Yeah, bro. No Netflix for today, y'all. We in shorts right now. So respectfully, please, everybody, turn off your TVs. Nah, let's see what's up, bro. Honestly, I'm telling you, this one has massive potential with the size we have on the daily range. Keep in mind, daily, keyword daily. Like, we did this in a fucking day. If we get any downside, we have what, $57 range. If we get even 25% or 50% of this range, you can make quite a bit of money. So trading back into the 0.5, which is around 1030, if you locked in the 1.5s, I mean 1050s, which is what I nibbled on right now. If I get the move down into 0.5, those are gonna pay pretty well, at least double, I'd assume. But we have quite a bit of work. The real payday is if we lose the 0.5. But into 0.5, these should double, and hopefully you'd be able to manage if you did take it. And then any new highs, probably just stop out. But yeah, this is super expensive, which is why I was skeptical. What is Costco doing? Yeah, Costco's gonna give us that entry, guys. If Costco's coming up here, I don't see how. Just be mindful, because if we do squeeze, let's say into these highs, I don't see how Netflix would not put in new all-time highs. Is this all-time highs? Yeah, it has to be. Yup. So let's say we do squeeze into like the 1618, that would be a new all-time high. And this would line up with confluences. So don't be too stubborn shorting anything. But I will most definitely be taking Costco if we get these entries. I was not betting on them after seeing this flip yesterday, but we're coming right back into yesterday's open. So again, if we fill this gap, I'll consider shorting into that level on Costco. And that is a lot cheaper than Netflix premiums wise. It doesn't make sense, but I mean, we noticed the rotations ongoing. Like when these rallies were happening, this was literally as markets like Apple were starting to come down. which is why I mentioned, hey, there's a lot of rotation ongoing in the market, and it's probably best that we start rotating sales into the names that haven't fallen. So literally, as these names, like Apple, were already on the come down, you had all this strength on all of these individual names like T-Mobile, McDonald's, and that's why I was like, all right, we rotating. But the downside remains to the downside very prevalent on these names because we have not filled these downsides. These are my targets that I shared a long time ago from up here with you guys. We have not filled those targets, but guess who did? Apple. So my bet remains the same. The names that have not fallen near all-time highs are going to come down and catch up to levels like Apple, and names like Apple that have fallen, respectively, have a lot more downside to go. So we'll see what we get. Obviously not going to zero, but we're still super elevated. So let's see what happens. Yeah, McDonald's super clean here. Team. Matter of fact, let's do a quick scan. What did I send you guys this morning? Oh, this one's gonna be super expensive. See, like names like O'Reilly, bro. Come on. Look at the all-time high on O'Reilly, bro. This is a daily. Way up here. 5%, less than 5% from all-time highs. You have stocks like AutoZone, a little lower. O'Reilly's doing a little better. Look at the price of this stock, 3,600. You gonna tell me you bought AutoZone stock at 3,600 or O'Reilly at 1.3K? Like, bro, respectfully, you know, I feel like, yeah, you got all these businesses that are still making money, but I feel like a lot of these smaller companies are like Blockbusters, GameStops. You know, you can get car parts and a lot of other things online now, where I don't see how the AutoZone or O'Reilly sales can potentially be keeping up to the point where they're trading at all-time highs. You know, there's a lot of disconnection from the market. I will say these are super expensive on the options, not very liquid, so I probably wouldn't take options on them. But yeah, there's a lot of names still near all-time highs. Let's see, Abivar. Nope. Walmart. Maybe not. Walmart's okay to nibble starter sells for some swings, but definitely leave room to add in case we do break out, and you can add anywhere higher. But I do like it for the potential sales back to the lows. You have about a $15 range from here back to the lows, so that's beautiful. Premiums are really low on Walmart. I would maybe want to wait for Costco to fill this gap just because Costco and Walmart I've noticed trade similarly. So let's say we wait for this gap fill to happen. When that does happen and you want to short here on Costco, that's fine. At that same time, I'd be trying to short Walmart, let's say here or whenever that gap close does happen. So that's something I'll be watching. Maybe I'll put something on Walmart. We have earnings on some oil companies coming up as well. I'm not a fan of oil in general or the levels they're at. I probably won't touch that. Tough. Not too much to enter here, to be honest with you guys. At least not without forcing it. Oh, Coca-Cola. Ooh, another name at all-time highs. Alright, yeah. Definitely put in an alert on this one. This one I'm for sure probably going to take. This one paid us really well on the last drop. This drop right here paid us ridiculous. I forgot what the contracts did, but this move was nasty. Let's put definitely have Costco on watch. This is one of those low IV names that you can trade for pretty cheap. Gonna wait till we get the wick fill at 73.94 before fading, if anything, though. Yeah, but a lot of names getting toppy here into all-time highs. Let's see what Netflix does. So like I said, if you do not have anything on your books, you're looking to short, you want to take something near all-time highs, that's okay. Coca-Cola, like I just showed you guys, is okay. Low IV. Anything that is near all-time high that I mentioned, you guys can take. T-Mobile, Coca-Cola, McDonald's. There's a few that are better than others, but for the most part, if you're taking swings, just about any of those should do okay. Make sure to check if they have earnings. So if you are going to put on a trade on any of those names, if it has earnings, just be aware. Some names already had earnings, like J&J, as opposed to PM, T-Mobile, those have not had earnings. So heads up with that. And I'm not telling you guys to rush into anything. You guys always have to be in anything. A lot of the times, just sitting on the sidelines is the best thing you can do. The levels do look decent here for the downside as a trade. But again, that's as a trade. It's not like super clear levels going out to the next few weeks. So let's see what's up. But small flip here, pull back on Netflix. Let's see if we can start breaking back below levels. That 1043.75 is going to be an important level here. SPY, wall above. So nothing major here. Gold is the one I want to see under EQ. If that happens, that's going to be pretty nice for anyone who shorted either yesterday or today, or at least for myself. The sets I put on yesterday under that EQ is where I'm going to start to get paid out, because we'll flush below the range of yesterday and put in new lows as discussed. Netflix might start to pay me here a little bit if we get that drop. Don't know if you added or not, P-Low, but even if you didn't, not gonna lie, if you still holding, if we flush below 1027, you'll probably get all your premiums back and some. Bro, I'm telling you, Costco. Ooh, MSTR's up a bunch too. I'm probably not taking that one. I'm gonna check the chain just to see what they're even charging, but they have earnings. Yeah, it's too expensive for me. I feel like it doesn't make sense financially to short MSTR. I can allocate the same amount of money into sales on Bitcoin, probably make way more with way less capital. For a trade, it sure looks okay, but just it doesn't make sense numbers wise. Maybe like some. Nah. I might. Nah, fuck that. I'm trying to justify buying a put on MSTR. I'm telling you, levels cool. Bitcoin sales wise cool. Just the premiums are pretty pricey. I'm trying to see if I can find somewhat of a bargain. The May 16 200s, which is the bottom of the range, around $100, which is like $100 for a little lotto. Fuck you. but at the same time, it's like that's a 30% drop. I'm not going bet 100. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to find something that makes a little more sense. Might just have to pass on that one. Yeah, fuck it. It is what it is. I'm done with the MSTR chain. Not spending time on it. The only thing that, like I said, seems I don't even want to say it seems okay. It's whatever, and I wouldn't even buy it to be honest with you guys. Uh, so on something like MSTR that is super expensive, not really worth paying a lot of premium on it, but you want to get your hand in the cookie jar, for example. And again, I'm not telling you guys to do this, just giving you a general idea. The MSTR 200 puts for May 16 or even a little higher, like 225, 250, are a lot cheaper than buying something near the money. Again, for this move to happen, you need a massive move in price percentage wise, like a 25-30% drop, which is ridiculous and very hard to happen. Uh, but it's the bottom of the range. So if it happens, you'll get paid out. But realistically, like I said, not really anything I like on the chain. But when shit is super, super, super expensive, you can buy far out the money. And if it does go in the money, you'll get rewarded pretty well, as opposed to buying at the money for a lot of premium upfront. That can also work on something like Netflix here, for example. You can buy something really far out the money, like let's say the 1000 strike, which I'm not telling you guys to do. But obviously, if Netflix does fall a lot from here and we go back to that 1000, those can pay pretty well without paying obviously the 2K up front or whatever. MSTR trying to push here. Yeah, a lot of these names are gonna have earnings. It's you just have to roll the dice. That's why I'm telling you guys there's not much you can do. Earnings are gonna start rolling out. We just have to accept their fate. But like I said, I much rather short these names at all-time highs, even if they have earnings around the corner, than buying Apple or ABGO or all these other names 25% at discount per se. Because in my opinion, it's not a discount if you're headed lower. Everything, bro. Not even Netflix. Netflix has a massive range, but Spy has a massive range. Tesla has a massive range. We've kind of been chopping around these lows for about a month now. Like, yeah, we put in new lows and new highs and new lows. They just kind of playing around with it. But more or less, we've been around the same bottom range for about a month now. Not too much progress. So I think with this next round of earnings, they're gonna, move it. And like I said, is it to the upside? Is it a downside? We gonna find out. My money's on the downside. Might be mistaken, and I end up getting, cost me some money. It is what it is. At least I'm not shorting AVGO and Apple and Spy and all these names at the lows. I'm shorting the names still at the highs because it makes more sense. I did short all the other names, but those already paid, which is why I'm telling you guys rotate into these other names. Doesn't mean Spy and Apple can't continue to fall. Just makes a lot more sense to get your money's worth on these names still at all-time highs, or at least in my opinion. Let's see if anything's changed so far on the options. No way. It got even worse. I don't know if anyone remembers off top what I said it was. Oh, actually, I don't have to remember. I took a screenshot and I put it in the chat. I'm gonna send a new update. So earlier we had Netflix calls, we had 46 million to 7.92 million on the put side. Now you have 158.84 on the call side versus 38.65 on the put side. So definitely still by a big margin, outweighed on the call side. So again, I don't know. Let's see, are these? It does not appear like they are sold. So if the calls are not sold, I would assume they're gonna end up reversing off of these levels. But yeah, the calls are coming in heavy here on Netflix, which is good if you for us that we're trying to short. So you guys are probably saying, "What? If a lot of calls are coming in, should Netflix go up?" Not for me. In my opinion, I'm a contrarian trader. If everyone is in on calls, I'm not taking calls. Maybe I'll take puts if the levels make sense, but I definitely won't be in calls. If I want to short, but I see that everyone is in puts, I'm probably not going to take the puts. Generally, you don't want to be on the house favored side. You're not going to get paid out. You generally get paid out when one, the levels make sense, you have technical targets, etc. But on top of that, you want to look at the options data or the positioning in the markets and make sure that you're not on the house favorite. If everyone is betting on one side, rule of thumb, per casino laws or Vegas, whatever you want to refer to as, you're not gonna get paid out. Once everyone's on one side and the jackpot gets big enough, they pull it, and then the other side that has less money gets paid out. The casino or the house pockets or profits the difference between the spread. But yeah, generally don't want to be on the house favorite side. I'm not telling you to always bet underdog. It's not going to work out all the time. But generally, the consensus, yes, you don't want to be with the crowd per se. Let's see. What time is it? Oh, it's still kind of early. GOD testing 316.50. As long as they stay below, I like the downside. If they do start getting back above, they might try to break back above to the daily highs. The one thing I don't like about gold, or just the whole market in general can go higher, but one thing I don't like about gold is these highs we left overnight into GP. We don't have to come test them, but definitely can, which would crush some of the swings I put on. Not crush, but definitely a $5 swing would cost me a bit of money, so it is what it is. Let's see what develops here. If we do start breaking above these levels, I might take some size off and just wait to roll back on gold. I'll see. For now, nothing though, so you guys are chilling if you guys have that trade. I'll let you guys know if I do anything, but again, I don't really want to see it break to the upside. probably stick around a few minutes, see how the price action unfolds. Like I said, I'd probably be okay remaining short tactically as long as below 525 or into 525. Anywhere above that, probably want to just overall refrain from being short or reconsider the entire thesis. But I still think the sells might be okay for at least a tactical trade to these lows. If they continue to drive below that, I guess we'll see. But at least for the fast trade, I still think this is okay. So we'll see what happens. Gonna be patient here, not really trying to add or do anything here. Force my hand. But yeah, we'll see. Names like McDonald's still at highs, as well as other names. So take advantage of putting on swings on names near highs if you haven't. And if you're already super short, don't do this. I'm just talking for some of the newer people that maybe might not have some short positions. And again, be mindful what you are short. If your short names are already at the lows, that might not be the best idea. I'm on the wrong list. My bad, I know I'm quiet, y'all. I'm starting to look across the chain just in case we are gonna get the flip here. I'm trying to find bargains for you guys to send in the Discord. So on some of the names I've mentioned, like Walmart, as Coca-Cola, a few others that are all-time highs, I'm snaking the chains right now, trying to see what makes sense at this specific point, what might make sense later down the line if they get cheaper. Um, and just in general, what premiums are more expensive than others. So give me a few seconds. I'm gonna be a little quiet here, trying to find something for you guys. There is some stuff that looks okay, but right off top right now, based off what I'm seeing, there's not one name that I can say like, whoa, this is a super good deal. So there's some okay stuff. If I find something I really like, I'll let you guys know. Just give me like 2-3 minutes. Right off top, one thing I am noticing is maybe we'll take advantage of some spreads. And I don't mean selling them, I mean buying them. I haven't done that with you guys, or at least I don't think I have. But that might be something we could take advantage of here. Let me see. So Coca-Cola, for example, if I can get this priced right, which let me see, let me do some math. But if that works, those of you that have the ability to trade spreads, this might be good for you. I know some of you guys might be on cash accounts that don't allow you. So just if you guys can, that might be a trade I'm gonna share right now. If you can't, let me know. And then if you don't know, go and find out. But give me like 2-3 minutes. Let's see if this can potentially work. All right, so one thing I am noticing for sure, easily right off top, on names like Coca-Cola, you're much better off paying the extra money and going out to June than trading the Mays. The May 16, for example, the 73 is at 135. If you go out to June 20, the 72.5 is 195. So in my opinion, you're better paying the extra, 50 bucks, 100 bucks, whatever it is, and getting that extra month time because it's going to take you a long way. If you don't want to pay the extra capital, that's fine. But right off top, that is one thing I'm noticing. You're better off getting a couple more weeks and going with the June on a name like Coca-Cola as opposed to the Mays. Again, this is for a name like Coca-Cola because the IV is so cheap, the stock is cheap, so it just makes sense to grab the extra time. But on a stock like Netflix or something with high IV, more expensive, the more time is going to cost you a lot of money. And names like this one, more time does not cost you a lot of money. You're better off paying for the extra time up front here and later reaping the reward when you have the extra premium, uh, as opposed to not paying the extra time here and later down the line when the premiums are up, you're going to want to be in that. So up to you guys. But if you do take trades, especially for everyone that already has some trades out to May 16, start thinking of getting into some positioning that's going to hold you down out to June. So that's something a lot of traders don't think about. You don't plan your trades per quarters or per months or weeks or days or whatever. You're just, oh, this is up today, I'm gonna buy. Oh, this is down today, I'm gonna buy, or I'm gonna sell. Or you don't really have much thought process to the entire way you're gonna build your portfolio. But realistically, assuming everything goes well according to the plan, we get the next leg down. Some names on earnings like PM, T-Mobile, whatever, get us paid. Theoretically, again, assuming everything is wonderful and we get paid out. That's only going to hold you down to about May 16. So like I said, if you can start building some positions out to June, that's going to hold you down later down the line as you start rolling out of positions and building other things. You can get in on this, get out of that. So always roll and rotate out of profits when possible. And I think these might be a better option for June. So like I said, if you have already a lot of risk into May 16 on your books and you want to get some longer dated risk to start going into June on names like Coca-Cola, that's fine. Netflix pushing higher here. I might have to take that one off. Let's see how much I'm down. I haven't checked, but I'm pretty sure I'm down here. Yeah, they're down a bit. What time is it? I'm gonna give my trade 6 minutes, maybe until like 7:45. I want to see what happens, but if into 7:45 we don't start getting the flip, I'm just go ahead and call it with a small loss here before it gets worse. Let's see. Has anyone put anything on today? Coca-Cola, McDonald's, or just anything in general, or managed, or what have you guys been doing? I did nibble a tiny bit myself. Matter of fact, let me send these in the chat. Alright, so I just sent out the Coca-Cola. I'm gonna start putting the other ones out. Just go ahead and look at the premium so you can look at the price difference between May and June. They're relatively about the same. So I'm telling you guys, I don't see why you'd just pay the extra bit of money, get the extra month. If you want to be cheap, get May 16, that's fine. But in my opinion, you're way better off getting the extra time for June. Let me send McDonald's. McDonald's looks okay. And these are all swings that you should put starter size on and leave room to add. No one should go all in here, and don't take all of them. Go look at the levels, go look at the prices, go look at everything. Pick a few that you like, or one or two. You don't have to take all of them. You like McDonald's, take McDonald's. You like Coca-Cola, take Coca-Cola. Don't mean you have to take every single one. You know, do your own research. Just sharing ideas, see what suits your port, what you like yourself. But yeah, these should be viable. But again, starter size, leave room to add if necessary. So all the trades are going to be posted in the trade tab. Go check them out. I'm still doing a couple more write-ups. And again, these are just for price reference, what strikes and dates I kind of like. And you can see what they're trading at right now. If you want to buy them right now, go for it. But again, this is just an idea for reference for you to go look at. You still got to look for your own entry levels you like, risk, all that. Just sharing current prices right now so you guys get an idea of what I'm watching. It's just off top, just by looking at the prices. Some are more expensive than others, like Coca-Cola and Walmart. You have about 15, 14, no, 20. You have about 20 more dollars to be made off the intrinsic value on Walmart than you do on Costco. And the price difference on the premium is maybe about a little more than double. So you're paying maybe 2.5 times more on the premiums on Walmart as opposed to Coca-Cola, but you have $20 more to be made on the intrinsic value. So that's just something to be aware of. Again, that's where you go and assess the prices and see which one is a better bargain, which one suits, you know, your levels, what you like. But just based off of the option prices themselves, you are paying 2.5 times more upfront on the Walmart contracts than you are on Coca-Cola, But like I said, you have $20 more potential intrinsic value to be made on Walmart. All right, massive squeeze here on Netflix into that 745 candle I mentioned. Regret not taking it off a few minutes ago now, but I did want to wait until this 945 candle to see what happens. So it is what it is. If we flip back below here, I just flipped my 3-minute timer. If we flip back below here, I'm going to go ahead and let them sit for a bit in case we come back to the downside. But if we don't get the flip, I'm just going to go ahead and call it a loss on those. If I had more time, like the swings I mentioned grabbing, I'd be okay with a little bit of potential squeeze. But the problem with Netflix is I loaded weeklies. So any squeeze to the upside or any chop or just anything like that is definitely going to kill my premiums. And I don't have a lot of time to sit on them and, you know, wait. And so I'm probably going to call the loss on this one here pretty soon if we don't flip. As for the swings, like I said, leave room to add, scale in. I'm okay with them. But any fast term trades like this one, I'm probably going to have to just go ahead and cut it loose here. So like I said yesterday, the levels were super clear. I literally told you guys this yesterday. When we were below 510, hey, this is a potential buy the dip, take profits on your sells if you are short. If you did not take profits down here on the sells, you're definitely regretting it. Now we're trading into that 525, which I mentioned yesterday and also mentioned this morning. If we get above 525 and stay above 525, like go look at the levels I mentioned in Discord. The next target is going to be into like 575. I'm not saying it goes that high, but this is the upside range if they trigger. So just be aware. And again, I shared this on the Discord yesterday. Said yesterday, hey, we have to hold these lows. No, the bulls have to hold these lows or the bears can come down about another $100. Held the lows, bounced off the lows when I told you guys to take off some of the sells. Now this upside, as far as it seems, you know, was just what, 20 days ago? 4-2. This was April 2nd, 20 days ago. How unrealistic is it for the market to go back to where we were trading 3 weeks ago? I think it's very realistic and very possible to go back where we were 3 weeks ago. So be aware, if this happens, obviously the sells are going to get squeezed. This is the 525 level to watch, which I mentioned yesterday. I mentioned the 510 level here. And the next target is 575, which is actually even higher. It's like over here. Let me reply to that in the chat. So above 510, I said we were going to get squeezed to 525. We're currently at 525 about. If they manage to get above 525 and hold above, they're going to squeeze it to 575. That's just the way, you know, the flow is currently positioned, and that's what's going to happen if they manage to get above and stay above this level. So for today, like I said yesterday, the only level to watch is going to be that 525. If below and we stay below, I think sales might be okay. But if they do manage to get above, they can for sure squeeze to 575, whether it comes on Tesla earnings, on Apple earnings next week. They have a lot of potential catalysts to do it, but at the same time, they have a lot of potential catalysts to the downside. So let's wait and see. The trigger for today or the only level that matters for today is 525. So bullish above, bearish below, short-term comments. So above here invalidates. Let's see if I could scalp something. Has anyone taken anything today? Let me know right now if you guys have taken anything or thinking of taking anything. Much rather find out right now than later down the line when you guys are maybe in drawdown or whatever. So if you guys are in a trade, having issues in a trade, doing green, like whatever it is, let me know. Everyone pretty quiet today. GLD coming down a bit here, so let's see if we can get back below EQ. Or should I add? No, I'm not going to add. I'm not down enough to add on Netflix. I mean, kinda. No, I'm not adding. Fuck that. I'm not adding to Netflix. It looks okay here, but no, I'm not adding. If anyone has not taken it and you're interested in the trade for a scalp, not a terrible entry here, assuming we respect the highs and put in 0 new highs from here. Yeah, they're down quite a bit, so not terrible. Again, not enough for me to add myself, but definitely a better entry than I got myself here. PM is going back to all-time highs. If we get a wick fill on PM, that might be a decent trade for a reshort. Speaking tactically, if you're in the May 16s, no need. But if you are looking for a new trade, that is something you can take. Again, they have earnings. What PM Wednesday pre-market, then T-Mobile Thursday after hours, I think, if I'm not mistaken. What is T-Mobile doing? Oof, yeah. So if you didn't take the sells yesterday off that 251 support we mentioned, now coming into EQ, bounced about $5-6. Nothing crazy, but definitely lost a bit on the premiums if you're short. And again, if you're not short, these pops are opportunities for you to potentially maybe get in on those swings. You guys remember this level from last week? It looks super messy. Probably wouldn't even recognize it, but remember when we slipped last week? It was from this 199.25 level that we had to hold, which was your gap close. So this is where we close the gap, right? So coming into Monday, we said, hey, we gapped up, left a massive gap. We're going to go close the gap. The thesis was go close the gap, which is exactly what happened. We came, closed the gap, slipped below the bottom range of the gap, put these lows in, respected the lows, reclaimed, now pushing back into the low of the gap that we lost. So the test here into this 199.25 is going to be, are we going to get rejected into that and shift back lower, or are they going to break above? If they do break above, the targets remain the same. So this is the first leg, and the second leg can potentially go even higher. So I'm not telling you guys we go that high, but just be aware. Again, we have earnings into next week. I'm telling you guys that we can potentially fall, which we definitely can. But look at this potential bullish setup brewing on Apple. If they trigger this next week on earnings, what do you think is going to happen to the SPY? They're going to do that same exact thing to the upside into that 575. So just be fully aware, be prepared. I don't want anyone to be blindsided by this scenario if it does unfold. I'm telling you guys, this is a potential setup if they manage to trigger it. But I'm also being, fully transparent with the potential sells on names near highs. So be careful what you decide to do. Don't go all in on either side. Just keep it tactical. But both sides have a lot to lose here, which is why I'm saying the next 2 weeks are going to be super tricky to trade. So normal guy, I don't know if you've been in the stream. I know you said you weren't at your computer. So if you heard all of the comments from above and you still got questions about the McDonald's, let me know. Or SPY. Those are two opposite trades. If you're putting on both right now as a hedge, that's okay, I guess. But just know that one of those trades is not going to work. Anytime you hedge against yourself, the only time I'll ever do that is when the payouts are higher than 1-to-1 on both sides. You can theoretically profit, but yeah, you're betting against yourself, so you're assuming one side's gonna work, the other one isn't. I probably wouldn't buy a 575 call. Your target is 575. Why would you buy a 575 strike? The goal of an option is to be deep in the money. That's how you get paid. Let's say you buy a 525, you pocket those $50 that are made between 525 to 575. If you're buying the 575 and we hit 575 or 570, you're not going to be in the money. The way you get paid on an option is by being in the money and having that intrinsic value. So it's up to you. I probably wouldn't buy it myself. If you want to take it as a trade, like I'm telling you, go ahead. The setup's there. It's just hard to bet on the upside myself. Up to you. If you're starting the buys here, I think you're making a mistake. I think it would have been obviously much better entry yesterday into that 510. You're paying, I'm assuming, at least double on the premiums. I don't know what the calls are trading for, but yeah. From yesterday to today, I'd assume they're up about double, maybe. Again, depends what strike and date and all that, but and to resistance after, you know, this entire move from yesterday, maybe not the best idea. And Apple's testing that 199.25 level we discussed here. Yeah, SPY literally tagged 525 almost to the penny. So that's funny based off of the flow we had yesterday. So yes, levels are important, but a lot of the time, what you also want to look at is where the money is. So you look at the options data. There's other positioning you can look at, but options data is pretty important. I'm disgusted. When the fuck did I even mute myself, bro? Bro, for how many minutes have I been muted? No way. Was it like barely right now, or this has been? Cause I've been talking for a cool ass minute. No kids. Yeah, bro, I'm not cut out to be a streamer. 4 or 5. Ah, fuck. Yeah, you guys for sure missed a bit. Bro. Fuck it. Damn, it is what it is, bro. I went on a whole ass. Fuck it. I'm sick, bro. Whatever, bro. I said a whole bunch of shit. I'm not gonna repeat everything, but just to keep it short and sweet, the number one thing I'm watching today, it's two things. One, SPY 525. Two, Apple 199.25. Intraday into the close and into the rest of the week, those are the only levels I'm gonna be watching. Above 525 on SPY, short term bullish. Above 199.25 on Apple, short term bullish. That's gonna be your point of control on both. Meaning, if above, expect more bullish pressure and a potential squeeze. If below, then that potential squeeze would be invalid. Nice little move here on gold, nothing major yet. But yeah, those are the two key levels to watch today and the rest of the week. And that should give us some type of direction for the market. So reversal off these highs on Apple and SPY, or hold above for a continuation higher. And then McDonald's is literally pushing higher little by little, little by little. So again, if anyone is in those swings, be patient with them. But I still think getting in at these levels is beautiful. If you shorted yesterday, 306, short today 317, huge premium difference. So if you shorted yesterday, that was honestly a mistake. Don't know why you would do that. If you're shorting here on these pops, I think that's a decent trade. But again, market dependent. Let's see if we manage to roll over from those levels I mentioned on Apple and SPY. If not, maybe not the best idea. But like I said, I'm still okay with it. Just you're going to have to manage maybe later and scale in. So if you're prepared for that, totally fine. If you don't leave room to manage, it's going to be an issue down the line. And McDonald's ain't bad. And gold bouncing off that 786. Let's see if we can get below 315.50. Another name that has earnings, not this week, I think it's next week, is Visa. So Visa is, oof, I like it even better now. Whoops, what did I do? Actually, I'm lying. I do like it. The only problem is levels wise. Again, McDonald's is probably way closer to the highest, maybe somewhere up here. So I'd much rather short Netflix or something up here. But these do have a lot of downside potential. Visa and MasterCard still have open gaps to the downside. We have earnings next week. So I think these have a lot of potential to the downside. Let's see, what day is it? Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday next week. So a lot of banks still have to report, so just be mindful. Let's see if there's a bank I like. Not really. Yo, did you stay in? I don't even know if Luis is here. I haven't seen him today. But yesterday I mentioned Wells Fargo having a wick to yesterday's wick high. So look, they're probably going to it. To this wick. So yeah, to be honest with you guys, I feel like if you're shorting here, maybe it's a little premature. We might get these upside targets before we get the next leg down. If we even get the next leg down from here, because a lot of names look like they're primed for a breakout. So just be careful. And if you are shorting, like I said, it's fine, but definitely leave room to add higher. I'm trying to find like a solid. Um, the only solid levels, like I said, it's Apple and SPY. Other than that, there's a few sectors that look interesting. But for the most part, financials are all sitting around the lows. Range on Visa, range on MasterCard. So majority of names look like they're not gonna give a move until after earnings. Google reports. See, just the fact that majority of the mega caps are sitting at the lows and look like they want to get bought up, it makes me iffy. Because if the general consensus is the entire retail sector or the entire retail or general population is buying all of these dips, realistically, I don't see how they would send everything higher on earnings. They would probably just try to redistribute prices lower. But we're gonna have to wait and see. Like I said, this earnings season is gonna be pretty interesting. Take it day by day, level by level. Can't really do much about the earnings in terms of having some type of hindsight on what will happen. We really don't. So just take level day by day, level by level. But for the newer traders, especially if you don't know much about earnings, it's not the best time to be trading, or at least not to have risk on. For 24, it's too short dated, not gonna lie. I'm telling you, bro, you look at like what are you doing, bro? You're asking about buying a call up here. I get it. The breakout to 575 can happen, but literally look at where you're buying. Like if you didn't buy down here or here or here or here or wherever, like up here, definitely not it. You were long. Like you could have sat on your, I forgot what you had. You had a 525 or whatever you had. You could have been sitting on it. But getting long up here, definitely not. Literally into 525, I think that's a mistake. If you want to take it, go for it. Doesn't mean you can't get paid, but I don't think it's a good trade if I'm being honest with you. No, that's cool. You had to leave. That's fine. Life happens. Shit happens. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying here to get long again, probably not it. Can it pay? Sure. Is it a smart thing to do? Maybe not. Doesn't matter if it's a scalp or not. You're buying into resistance, which doesn't make sense to me. Again, doesn't mean it can't pay. Just doesn't mean like it's not. We can rally right now to 530, and you'll be like, "Oh shit, I would have made $500." Like it's cool. Just doesn't make sense to me. End of the day, we don't know what's gonna happen. All you know right now is, hey, where am I entering? Is it a good spot? Is it a bad spot? How much am I risking? What are my odds? Like whether it's gonna happen or not happen, we don't know that in hindsight. So all you can do is, take the smarter choices. And buying here literally at the Pico top of the day after a $25 rally, no, excuse me, $15 rally in a day, kind of tough. If you get a pullback and you want to buy a dip for the next leg higher, that's a different story. Let me check premiums. If anything has came down a bit and is it a decent discount, I might consider putting on, let's see, I got an alert on CVS. Yeah, CVS been shopping too. I would not touch CVS. I'd probably rather trade KO or Walmart over CVS any day. IV is too high on it. I think CVS is going to be one of the next few names to declare, maybe not declare bankruptcy, but some type of news like Kohl's did, or, anything that will move the stock significantly to the downside. Just like I said, IVs aren't the best. I'm going to check them right now because I haven't looked at CVS in a minute. But I think that one definitely has potential of a flash crash on some bad news. There's been a lot of CVS's that I've noticed closing. So I wouldn't be surprised if some type of news like that. Oh yeah, this is text. Nah, can't justify What's the daily low range? 60. Yeah, I don't think I could justify this one. It's not a terrible trade. Just if I had to pick one and I didn't have money for all, which a lot of you guys probably shouldn't take all, like I said, um, I think I prefer Coca-Cola and Walmart over CVS, easily, hands down. Can you get paid? Sure. Just like I said, probably prefer the other names myself. Yeah, nah, it's expensive. It's not expensive. It's like they're about $100 for the 170 for the 60 strike, but just what you're paying for and what you're getting, no. Like I said, the other ones make more sense. Yeah, most premiums for all the swings I mentioned today, right around same prices. So like I said, I think any of those swings might be okay for starter sets. If you don't have any, if you do have some puts, just make sure you're balancing your port at all times. If you don't have any shorts, those might be okay. Some of the trades from last week are still green despite these rallies. So, like PM, for example, if you got in that last week, you're still green. Maybe not super green, but despite these rallies, still green. So that's not bad. Yeah, go check any of the trades I sent today. Those are for sure gonna be decent for starter sets. And if you guys need help, what's a starter set? How much should I put? Just let me know. For which one? Which one are you talking about? Oops. I just realized, yeah, I did make a typo on that. It's a 285. I just edited it. It's a 285. Good call out, bro. Glad you noticed. Yeah, it's a 285. Technically, you can maybe go as low as 275. I just don't think it makes sense. Let's see. What was her low? Like 290. Yeah, too low. Yeah, the 285, in my opinion, is a good bang for your buck. The 275, probably not. Yeah, it was just a typo on my end. I'm not adding, or at least not yet, because I don't know if you guys remember PM when I mentioned it yesterday. I said, hey, careful because we have this wick, which you can probably see here. We had this wick, which is probably going to be our buy side if they want it. We have earnings tomorrow pre-market, or is it after hours? Pre-market, I'm assuming. Yeah. So pre-market, meaning after today at close. Before I speak, let me double check. Does anyone know right off top? It's pre-market, right? Yeah, pre-market. So tomorrow pre-market, we got PM. Meaning there is no ad opportunity. Maybe if we break out higher on earnings, you can add up here, or maybe even as high as up here, depending how high they squeeze. Keyword if. If. Doesn't have to happen, it can. Literally, like I said, pre-market tomorrow, we have earnings. So after today at close, you lock in your bet, right? We're gonna lock in here, and then tomorrow at the open, they're gonna report. They're either gonna fly up, stay here, and just chop, crush premiums, come down. We don't know. That is the coin flip we are taking here into these levels overnight because we have earnings tomorrow pre-market. You're asking me if I would add. Would I add myself? Sure. After earnings, if we are higher here or wherever, and I can get back in for 30% off or maybe even 50% off, then sure, I'm gonna add. But to add here, literally at the same exact place we took the trade and the trade is still green, it makes zero sense because you're literally doubling down on the same exact bet when the outcome to the bet has not happened yet. The bet was for earnings. We put it on here. If you didn't manage yesterday, like we said, if you managed here to put it back on, is fine. But if you're holding on to the same trade, why am I gonna add it at the same exact spot? Makes no sense. No, I get it. But if you wait for earnings, we get the breakout. You want to short up here at a discount, different story. You can add. But at this point, no, it's not a place to add. If you want to take it in general, sure, it's okay. But like I said, you have this outcome of earnings, which is going to be binary tomorrow at the open. If you're short, hold on to your shorts if you want to. If we break up here, you can maybe add to your sells. But right here, if already short, I don't think there's anything to do unless you want to take off the sells in case we do get that upside. But ER, it's a coin flip tomorrow at the open. We can be up a bit, we can be down a bit. The good thing is that we have time, so we're not going to get too much of a crush from the IV. If you would have traded something like weeklies on PM and it's a dud, you're going to get hit bad on IV crush. But we have time, so that shouldn't affect us too much. More concerned on the actual outcome and move. Gold trying to slip back below 786, which is a major development I really need. And then some of the names in the market trying to have a small pullback, not really. How much are fuck? Let's see. So I was gonna scalp a trade, but nah, not down. What time is it? If you were looking for a scalp, okay, I don't even know your name, gang, but not a normal guy. If you were looking for a scalp, the quick sales might not be bad. But I don't know if I'm gonna take it myself. Let's see. They're charging about 150 bucks, 160 for the 525 puts on SPY. Assuming we go down to the area we broke out from the neckline at 524, that's about a $4 in the money move. So you could get at least 101 RR, meaning you can double your money if we get a pullback down into the 521 from these levels. Anywhere above like 525.60, I'd probably invalidate the sell, maybe take it off, stop out, percent, dollar, whatever you want to do. But the sells might work here. And again, you were looking to take the calls yourself, so you rather pass on the sells or take calls yourself, that's fine. I'm just speaking off the quick harmonics I see here across the board. If we do get rejections, I don't see why SPY wouldn't be back at 521. Yeah, I think swings will take you further. A lot more passive. You can not relax because you still got to be on top of your portfolio, but it gives you the liberty, to step out, eat breakfast, hit the gym, go to work, do whatever you have to do, and still be okay. Versus if you're in a zero DT and you're trying to work out, be on a hike, be at work, eating breakfast, doing whatever it is, like you don't have that liberty on zero DT. You have to literally be locked in, dialed in like a hawk, watching every tick. Swings, it's like, one 15-minute candle went against me, one 3-hour candle went against me. It's not a big deal because you have so much time to manage. Versus if one 3-hour candle goes against you on a zero DT, that's literally half of your time on that daily contract, assuming you bought it at open. I'm trying to choose McDonald between the two options you had. What are you saying? You're trying to pick between the two different McDonald's strikes, or you're trying to pick between McDonald's and something else? If you're saying between the two I said, the 300 and the 285, it's gonna come down to what you already have in your port. If you already have May 16s, like I said, you're better off going with June. If you don't have much May 16, you can add to May 16. And having all short dated trades is fine. You will get paid more and risk less premium up front. The only problem is, let's say we do have a small pop or chop or anything like that. Let's say you do get hit a bit on the Mays, the Junes are gonna hold up a lot better. So that's kind of the aspect with that. I'm assuming you have nothing for June. You have some for May, maybe. So it's your call. Both are valid. Just keep in mind to have some balance going forward. So let's say you pick McDonald's, the Mays. That's fine. But then if you do take Coca-Cola or Walmart, put the Junes on for those. So it's fine, whichever you decide to take. Just down the line, do start to try to implement some Junes along the way. So Walmart, Coca-Cola, like I said, any of those. But if you don't plan on taking any of that, then maybe it's kind of hard to say, bro. Not gonna lie, because upfront premium you're paying around the same. You have 1 month more time, but it's a $15 price difference in the strike, which is theoretically 1.5K. You're gonna be leaving, you know, on the table. You're not gonna be able to profit that money. So if the move comes fast, yes, the 300 is going to pay you way more and it makes way more sense. But like I said, any small pop, any chop, anything that does not favor the downside as of today going forward, those Junes are just going to hold you down way more. So that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, I don't know the future. I'm just telling you, hey, this will happen if this happens. This, like, I give you the scenarios, your probabilities, the outcomes, but I can't tell you, hey, we're going to drop in 1 day or it's going to take a month to drop. Like, I don't know that. So it's up to you. I like the 300s. We were literally just there yesterday. But like I said, just be mindful with the time. Definitely try to put on some Junes. If you're all in May 16, definitely not a good thing. But if you want that specific trade for May, like I said, that's cool. Just definitely put on some longer dated on something else if you can. Those spies are paying, by the way. I don't think anyone put them on, but you're up about $50 per contract, maybe 25%, 30% ish if you took them. And then we want to see more of a pullback all the way down into the 521 to get that, to ideally get that $4 reward, which is what we were targeting on that trade. Again, stuff doesn't have to happen or get all the way down there, but to calculate premiums, maths, all that, you do want to have potential targets. If you have no potential targets, you don't know if the risk outweighs the reward. But if I say, hey, this can be my target, this can be my stop loss, I'm risking this much here, I can make this much by here, I can lose this much by there, you have a better grasp and understanding of your risk to reward on every trade. Where's J&J doing? J&J rejected off that 158 we've been discussing. So that's also a quality swing. Let me go into the Discord. There's a message I sent with a few names that were solid for swings that I have not covered all today. Oh, that one's gonna be expensive. Spotify. This one looks decent, also near all-time highs. But I recall Ivy is super expensive on spot. Let me check. Gold's paying 2, I'm pretty sure. Let's go take a look at gold. Ooh, what? Gold back into EQ? Let's see if we can lose EQ here on gold. That's the test I've been waiting for. If we don't lose EQ, nothing major. If we do lose that, then we can get that nice little payout on gold. Holy, yeah, 70% IV on spot, not gonna happen. Maybe sell some spreads or something, but not buying. That's absurd. When do they have earnings? 29th. Yeah, I can't justify touching spot. Levels look nice, but nah. Like I said, if you want to sell some covered calls, that might be viable. But I'm probably not gonna do it myself. I wouldn't sell covered calls probably just because of one, the spreads aren't too terrible, but they don't trade in $5 increments. Or do they? Maybe the shorter time frames do. Oh yeah, the shorter dates do. So you could definitely do it on a bi-weekly, but again, probably not gonna do it myself. Risk to reward is not terrible. I mean, should I? Could I? I'm not gonna do it. It's a viable trade. I'm not gonna waste any time on it, but it's a viable trade if you want to sell covered call on it. I'm not gonna lock up my margin, especially on a name I'm not too familiar with. I don't trade spot too often. I haven't traded this name in a long time, so not gonna happen. But trade definitely seems viable. Just not wasting my time with it. Buying puts, definitely not. Way too expensive. Selling covered calls, that's okay. Did anyone end up adding or taking Netflix here at the highs? I might fuck around and add one to my contracts. How much am I down? Ideally, not the best idea. Uh, and I probably shouldn't do it. I'm not down too much. I'm down about 33%, so it does meet my criteria to add. Barely, it barely meets the criteria. I'm borderline forcing the trade here, if I'm being honest with you guys. But I like the levels. I like the risk to reward. Fuck it, I'm gonna put it on for a scalp. I'll take it off for sure in a few minutes if it goes green. I just want the quick scalp from here. But that Netflix trade might pay. Fuck it. I hate saying fuck it. It's not like I'm like fuck it, dude. Like no, it's a quality trade. I just being a little aggressive here, over risking a tiny bit by adding, which I'm fine with the risk, which is why I'm doing it. But it is definitely a little aggressive on my end. I like being aggressive, but you still got to be careful. And then TLT, nice little pop off these lows. SPY coming down. Let's see if we could break below levels here. Are those SPYs green? Barely. Not barely. I mean, I feel greedy as fuck. They're up 23%, and I'm like, barely. 23% is a really good one. Sure, want to see more greens, but 23% on that 0DT we mentioned for the 525 puts isn't too bad. So hopefully we get a breakdown lower from here. Let's see. Which one did you end up grabbing? Normal guy, the 300 or the 285? What the fuck is this? Oh yeah, no. Please Netflix. I know Pilo needs this one too if he's in here. Bro, if I'm down and I got in on the orange circle, I don't even want to know Pilo. Sometimes, even though you don't want to do shit, you're kind of just forced to do something. So, like, let's say I got short here, which realistically, it's happened to me where I take a not the best entry. Let's say here on this candle, I'm like, oh, we're going to come down, which was the thesis, but we immediately invalidated that. But let's say I did take the starter cells here, right? You're going to have to add here, whether you want to or not, you're going to have to. If you held this entire drawdown and you plan on just holding it all the way back down, that's fine. But generally, in my experience, the thing you have to do, and it's uncomfortable to do, especially when you're already down and you're like, damn, I have to add to this losing trade now. If you were to add to Netflix here at, I don't know, let's say 50% off, when you do get this move back down to your original entry here, these contracts are going to be break even or small red or small green or whatever, right? Assuming we come down a bit or whatever. But let's pretend break even. By the time that happens, the set you added up here into these lows is going to now be 100% green. Again, theoretical math. This is not perfect math, just to give you guys an idea. If you would have just held your original trade, this trade, you would have taken it off for break even, held that entire 50% drawdown, held the entire way down, and made no money. You just, were stressed the entire day, made $0. Instead, if you do manage to add up here when you do get the drop, this one is going to pay you 100%. You can book it here for your 100%. Let this one that you got in lower ride, and you would just put your stops at break even or small stop or whatever, or just take off both. Say, hey, you know what? I'm going to take this one off for a break even loss here, or break even, and I'm going to secure the win on this one. But if you don't do anything, like I said, you can round trip the whole thing and end the trade break even. Or just as easily, we can add up here and we get one leg new higher, and guess what? If we do get one leg higher and you did add, now you just made your problem bigger, because if you were losing 1 or 2k here, you add another 1 or 2k here. Now if we're trying to recoup that and make some money, you end up with a bigger problem of maybe 3k loss or 4k or whatever. So that is a potential danger of scaling into trades. But at the same time, if we do get the pullback, it's going to make this bad entry a lot easier to manage. So you just got to be mindful. Again, we're not perfect, but you do have to manage your risk dynamically as it changes. If it goes in your favor, then great. If it goes against you, but you're always managing and trying to keep the odds or the probability or risk in your favor, which here, the risk and the probabilities went against you. How can you put them back in your favor? By getting in up here, anywhere below here, the odds are in your favor. So I hope that makes sense. But yeah. Let's see what the rest of the market's doing. Nice little pullback on SPY. What are those at? Let's see. So 35% here on the SPY puts if you took them on the call out up here. Again, if we get into 521, I'm gonna just take them off for the 0 DTEs and call it a day myself. Not gonna lie, talking gets you fucking tired. My throat be hurting after and shit. %40 here on this drop on SPY. And then again, if you add it on Netflix, great. So far it's working out. It might reward you for putting on that extra risk. Might not always be the case. But again, if you would have simply held that at trade, maybe you would have not come out with the same results as opposed to if you added at the highs. And again, it doesn't mean it's always going to work. One day it might, one day it might not. But general rule of thumb, if a trade doesn't go against you to that extent, I would try to add if levels allow. Needs to head. That's what I'm telling you. That's the problem when shit is so expensive. It's if $100 contract you go down 50%, you're like, fuck it, throw another 100 on it. But those contracts so fucking pricey that it makes you just be iffy about it. If you haven't added, my bad. Oh, I just saw the messages. If you hadn't added, or it depends where you're adding, be careful too. But yeah, I think it makes sense, risk to reward. Adding, even I was down. I'm telling you, bro, I added here and I was down like 30, 35. I was like, shit, I don't really want to add because even the first trade was already like, fuck, do I want to pay that much? But I did it. So I'm telling you, I was like, fuck it, dude. It is what it is. You got to manage it, add. But if you get paralyzed with fear, like, ah, shit, I can lose more money, like, you're not going to make the correct decisions. But correct thing in hindsight, hey, set a discount, levels are still valid, fuck it, go for it, scale in. So hopefully it pays out. I just seen you fucking Trip. You a little late, not gonna lie, and the 100's kind of low, bro. With this VIX and in this VIX economy, definitely not, bro. It's kind of hard to trade cheap shit for $100 now. You can, but it's a little harder. If you want to take any of the trades I sent in the Discord, go for it. But you can't really do much with $100, keeping it a buck. I hate that shit looks like that. Hold up. So the prices might be different because I posted these a minute ago. But if you want to pick one, your call. Looks like shit. Why is it? Bro, just go in the Discord. I'm trying to copy paste them on YouTube, but that shit acting. Just hop in the Discord. They're in there. But if you want to get one of the cheap ones under $100 I sent today, your call. There's some swings. I'm pretty sure you want some quick shit though. Yeah, see, if you down 60, that's a Mando ad. I get it. It's like, fuck, bro. I'm down 60. I'm really about to throw more money on this. But realistically, how other way are you going to manage that 60% loss? It's not going to magically going to come back to life. And if it does, by the time you're break even on that one, you would have been up double or more on the ad. So let's see, bro. Fingers crossed. I'm a little iffy about this one too. I never got an alert on cost, so cost hasn't filled upside. Yeah. Let's see what's up. SPY's up 45% still here. We want to see a breach below this golden pocket, or we can have a significant bounce back to the highs. So lose these lows here, or maybe go back to the highs. Let's see if calls are still piling in on Netflix. Oh yeah, they still piling in. Nice little breakdown right here on Netflix. I don't know about you, Pilo. Excuse me. I don't know how long you plan on holding, but keeping it a buck, if we get back into that 1027, I might consider taking off. You might be a little red or flat on the first set, but if you did that second one should at least cover the losses and hold you down. I don't know about holding it for the rest of the week for the drawdown, like for the potential drop. I'm telling you, levels look clean. It looks nice, but that's a grip of bread per con. Rather allocate all that into some swings. Not gonna lie, y'all. Actually, not even gonna say it. I'm down a bit. I'm not down. Like, I'm down, but I'm not down. Because a lot of the trades I had to put on and I left as swings. I did take some profits into the lows, but I did leave a lot of the swings on. So the quote unquote unrealized floating profits I did have, since they were given back per se overnight, it looks like I'm down. But like in reality, still green on the positions, but just from yesterday to today, uh, I did give back some of the unrealized profits. So let's see if those can go back to where we were at. Those should start to pay or pay again. And then all the new positions obviously hopefully can go green too. So we'll see. But yeah, a lot of those unrealized gains pretty much gone. Like PM. Like I said, PM still green. Is it? No way. Not anymore. That's crazy. Wait, what the fuck? Where is it? Am I bugging? Oh, there we go. Barely. 1%, or 3%, depending which strike you took. But bro, 3%, that's flat. That's not even a win. That's break even. So it gave up all the profits. And like I said, I'm not adding here at break even. If they were 30% down, 50% down, different story. But I'm not adding here. For real, in fibs we trust. SPY did bounce off of that GP, which is not a good sign for the bulls. Hopefully we can get back below and lose that level. So SPY bouncing, you know, in size off that GP. Netflix still at the lows. So careful here. Want to see if SPY comes back down towards the lows and Netflix continues to strive lower. Or Netflix might have a bounce here, and that would definitely fuck me on those puts. So let's see what's up. Yeah, SPY did too off this GP bounced when I said we probably would. And the contracts that I mentioned were up around 45% into those lows. So if you didn't uh, take those off, and again we break above back above 525, that might be a problem. For now, 523.50 versus 525 is going to be your short-term tactical range. For now, don't do much in there. Maybe within the next 3 to 12 minutes, they can break out. Netflix gave us a new low, so hopefully, like I said, SPY reversal off these highs and Netflix continues down. But let's see what we get next couple of minutes. Go on mute like a minute or two.
All right, I'm back off mute. What are you talking about, William? What are you talking about, Willis? What is that? The 620 Walmart Coca-Cola? Oh no. Netflix bouncing above 1050. 1050 is gonna be a level to watch, at least for me here on Netflix. If we stay below this GP, I'm okay with sitting on the sells. But if we start bouncing from here, it's gonna be a similar setup to the one we had on SPY earlier, where SPY bounced off GP and now we are ripping above that 525. So same exact scenario on Netflix, holding GP and it's gonna try to rip back up into the highs. So careful here, Pilo. I don't know if you're watching. If they bounce it off these highs and push higher, it's probably gonna be a wrap. Not gonna lie. Look at Netflix, not Netflix. Excuse me. Gold. Nice little style here on gold. Oh, this is a beautiful drive. We might get EQ. The way it's pushing. Let's see if they go for EQ. Bro, I have a friend. Matter of fact, let me text him. Yesterday he was riding 300k worth of puts out to June for gold, and he had said if we gapped up, he would double down another 300k if the premiums were down, which we weren't down much, so I don't think he added. Let me see what's up with him. But yeah, he's crazy, bro. He has a grip of money. Oh shit. I'll say grip of money on themselves. SPY breakout here for sure. So clean breakout back above that 525. We're probably gonna squeeze across markets here. Let me zoom out just to cover what we discussed earlier. Look at McDonald's. Entire market literally is breaking above levels here. McDonald's just broke above a key level as well. So let me remind you guys, I am not saying this happens, but it is definitely very possible. Like I said, we fell this in 2 days. Why can we not rally that in 2? Most certainly we can. So again, this is a potential breakout path here to the upside. That would be disgusting. On what? Did they fucking get a tariff deal or some bullshit? The level was 525. So as soon as they got above that. Remember what I said a long time ago about UVixie? You guys probably don't remember. We're way far off from 26. This was the level I wanted to see for a gap close, which we're way far off. If SPY does go for that 570 gap close, we're going to be trading down here on the SPY. So potential inverse here. I don't really want to say I want to call this a head and shoulders. I would not call this a head and shoulders. But you have some type of a neckline here, which they're testing. If they lose this, you have this last previous area of support, which is the previous weekly low. If lost, like I said, 26 might come. Again, that's assuming SPY is going to go for that 570 breakout. If we do get to 570, UVixie will probably be around 26, and I'll reload UVixie at that point, and Success is probably going to come back down to these lows as well. I did tell you guys to trim Success yesterday into 29 plus, by the way. I don't think anyone took the trade with me. It is what it is, but these are very real potential scenarios that we mentioned this morning. So let's see what happens here. Netflix, small flip here. Let's see if we can get back below GP or if they stay above. Gold is actually triggering below EQ here. So let's see if we manage to close, get closures below. If anyone is not in these trades, these are still super viable. McDonald's on this pop, for example, let's say you had not taken the trade yet. On this pop, taking the trade on McDonald's, I think is amazing. I have not checked premiums, but I'm pretty sure they're down a bit from where they were this morning. And then if you take a look at Netflix, it's trying to lose its GP again. Not yet, but it is trying to lose that GP. And if it does lose it, our next GP is the 1618, which aligns perfectly with the 786. And then if that is lost, I guess it does not have lower targets than the 1618. But regardless, even 1043 can trigger lower if we lose that. So let's see. Netflix bouncing off EQ. So again, anyone short gold, we want to see below EQ today, which is 314.20. Yo, Pilo, did you get shit getting out, or are you still in Netflix? Not gonna lie, them candles had me shitting myself. I'm trying to see new lows though. We can still pop here right here to the highs, keeping it a book. Let's see. They can still do this, so watch out when you breach these lows at the GP. But shit, at least we still in the game right here. You took that? You could take Walmart or Coca-Cola. They both cool. Walmart's a little pricier, but you get paid a little more maybe. Coca-Cola's at all-time high though. Walmart's not. That's one key difference for sure. And I did say Walmart can come up a bit if Costco goes up to fill its gap, the open gap. I feel like Costco and Walmart trades very similarly, so I would not be surprised if Walmart's higher, Costco's higher. Again, might not happen if the market flashes lower from here. But yeah, Walmart's not at all-time high. Costco is. My bad, Costco. Coca-Cola. So keep that in mind. Yo, Pilo, did that shit shake you out, or you still here? That shit was danger, not gonna lie. Let's see if we can break these lows and push lower. And Apple rejected clean off 200 and back below the 199.25 level. So one key thing to note, remember I mentioned the level to watch on Apple. This was way before when we were lower. I said 199.25 is going to be your level to watch for today on Apple going forward for the rest of the week. Level to watch on SPY is going to be 525. Currently well above 525 on SPY, but Apple is slightly below that 199.25. So you want to see this circle play out versus, where'd it go? Versus this one. What does that mean? This one above or this one below? But there's a divergence here. This one is above 525, it's point of control, while this one is at. So either this one catches up to SPY and to GPs, or SPY should come down. And then Netflix is literally sitting at the lows here. So I want to see if this manages to trigger lows, which we need, or we're about to do that back to the highs. So Pilo, if you in here, if we don't breach the lows here, we're probably gonna go back to this high and maybe even higher. So maybe just call it with a small win or whatever the fuck we on right now. I don't know what your averages are right now. No, you're fine. I just wasn't sure. That's cool. I like Coca-Cola. And like I said, you can take shorter dated as well if you want to layer them, William. Like I know, I don't know what size you trade with, but I'm assuming probably bigger than some of the people here. So if you want to grab a variety, like a couple May, couple June, that's fine. But same rules that I said for everyone else. Just look at your port. If you already have too much risk on for May, then go ahead, grab the longer dated. But I do think majority of those trades, like Walmart, KO, and a lot of those, both are viable. Both the May and the June. Just makes a tiny bit more sense to grab the extra time. Like I said, you're paying a little more premium. But if you want to grab the slightly less time to make higher returns percent-wise, if they do hit in the short span into May, then that's fine. Let's go Netflix. Yeah, Pilo gone, bro. I'm gonna be disgusted if he's like at work right now or something. Imagine he put like his stop right here. And he's like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna go back, and then stop that. And right now we get paid out. That's one problem with stops on options. If there's swings with more time, you won't get those huge ass price fluctuations. But if you're doing like 0 DTE or weekly or anything, you can get like a 15-30% price fluctuation within a matter of 3 minutes. 85 put for $1. For sure paid the high. Yeah, you kind of did, bro. It's cool though. You would have been better off with Coca-Cola keeping it a buck with you. If you were literally gonna put it only on one trade and those are your only 100 you're gonna have to trade with, I would have been like, fuck you, take the Coca-Cola. You would have been better off throwing an extra 15-20 bucks in your trade account and loading the Coca-Cola June puts. Those would have taken you far. But fuck it, that's cool. Yo, Pilo, let me know you here. That's a nice little drop on Netflix. Like I said, I'm gonna probably take them off into. Yikes! Do I really want to? Yeah, I'm gonna take some off here into the 786, or maybe not. They're not really that green yet. I might try to wait till 1027. It's really far though. I don't know if we'll get there. From a minute ago thinking I was about to get stopped down in the trade to 3 minutes later they're green. That's trading free. And SPY still pushing higher, Apple at the high, so yeah, I might just fuck around and take some of this off. Yeah, see, they're barely green. I'm like flat. 8%, 12%, so it's like, do I want to take the 8-12% break even win here? You still in? Bro, I'm 8-12% right now. I'm like, fuck, do I just get my capital back here? Because you know, a pop from here is going to be disgusting. You gonna risk it? Shit. Bro, from seeing fat ass drawdown to seeing that little green, I'm like, got my capital back. But fuck it, let's see what we get here. If we stay below GP, I'll hold with you. Fuck it, fuck it. If we get back above GP, I'm gonna have to take this shit off. Gold back under EQ. Yeah, good progress, bro. But we literally, bro, these 2-3 candles right here, I was like, ah, shit, we're fucked. Let's see SPY. Remember what I said earlier? Apple has to pop to the upside to catch up to SPY, or SPY's gonna roll over. They're both sitting. Neither of them have done shit. So, which is it? Apple gonna run or SPY gonna roll over? No way you're gonna AFK and pray with stops or no stops. Bro, just gonna full port and come back to like Netflix down $100, 10K per contract profit. GG. TLT pushing higher here. And has been holding above EQ majority of the day, so that's pretty good progress. You got my commentary as your eyes when you hear me yelling, ah shit, ah shit. Yeah, bro, we got fucked. Boys FM. Yeah, you gotta know the difference. So is that a good scream? Is there a bad scream? Yeah, look at Apple. There you go. All right, so Apple pushing now. And then Spy trying to get some new highs. Netflix hasn't really pushed up. I don't really want it to, but I mean that's what the price doing here. So wouldn't be surprised if we get a pop on Netflix. And AVGO getting above its top range here. So remember this morning I said if it gets above this 169.50 top range, that's what it's trying to do. If AVGO does that, it's gonna have a pretty big breakout like Spy just did. So you see how Spy, when it triggered that level, it squeezed. Similar comments on AVGO. If AVGO triggers above here, it can squeeze to the upside. I'm pretty sure NVIDIA has a similar setup here. Oh, NVIDIA has some gaps though. That's fine. Yeah, look at that upside. If they manage to trigger, I'm not saying we go this high, but literally look for where we're coming from. Why aren't any of these targets possible? So again, be mindful of where you're shorting. These names are, again, sure at a discount. Doesn't mean we can't go lower. But that's currently the situation we have going on here. So descending pattern, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, coming to an inflection point here. Are they gonna break out from here like we just did on SPY? Or are we really about to get a pullback on the market? So NVIDIA, AVGO, probably Apple breaking out here too. Let's see. So similar setups across the board. Yeah, see Apple small breakout. Small breakout, but names like Netflix are already at all-time high and already had that big ass breakout. So it's like, I don't believe this, bro. We'll see. I just, unusual circumstances. And gold getting below EQ here. So good soup if you short gold. I did add, like I said I did, I scaled in on the 300s and I added 315s. So below here, every dollar under 315, I'm getting paid on every contract I have. You make $100 for every dollar gold falls. So if it falls 15 back to 300 where we were at a couple of days ago, that's 1.5k profit per contract plus everything else. But yeah, that's how the math works. Once you get in the money, that's the goal of taking options, getting in the money, deep in the money, because the intrinsic value is what gets you paid. Bro, I'm not even playing. I would not be surprised if cons hit 3-4k. That's literally what they was at a couple of days ago. And we already busting under EQ here on GOD. Look at TLT pop. What was my target this morning? I think we're already above it. No, I'm lying. It was 87.25. Not yet. Can't be kept on YouTube. My bad. 87.25. That's what I said. McDonald's, nice little flip here. This would be a cool little structure shift on the lower time frame if anyone has not taken that. I'm giving y'all like some fire ass swings. If everything does trigger to the downside, all of these gonna bust. Let's see what's up. Let's pull up the scanner real quick. Look where we flip from. That's nasty. Don't do them like that. If that's literally the top and they gonna flip from there, that's disrespectful. They literally tease the bulls and like, yeah, my bad. We taking this shit lower. But yeah, this is literally the breakout level. So let's see if they manage to do it. And then SPY is still sitting at those highs. While Apple did push up a tiny bit. So that divergence kind of resolved itself a little. Because Apple squeezed a bit. But they can still both pull back or go higher with Apple. So this level on Apple versus this level on AVGO is going to be key here.
resistance for now on both. Whoops. Netflix new lows? What? I'm gonna just pretend I'm not watching Netflix, bro. You start getting too excited, and then one big ass candle comes and just takes out your profits. Let's see if we can flip. That would be clean if anyone wants to take SPY or SPX or something. You have clean levels to sell from. Don't know what the contracts are trading at, but this would be a pretty clean setup back to that 524 where we bounced from. And then if you lose that 524, we can probably go down to as low as maybe even 521, like we said earlier. But we'll see. As long as above this, an Apple squeezing, I would not try the sells here. I'm gonna probably take some Netflix off Pilo, not gonna lie to you, gang. I might take off half. If we get paid under 1045, fuck it. I'll at least have half size. But at least if we do pop to the upside and we get fucked, I only get fucked with half the risk. Don't know. It's tricky, bro. I'm telling you, bro, I was forced to add at the highs. Not really. It was 30% down, so it wasn't really forced, but I was like, ah. So, up to you, gang. But yeah, it's pretty risky on my end. It's a couple racks. Yeah, bro. No, I just looked at it. Yeah, so yeah, I definitely gotta take some off. I wasn't forced, bro. It wasn't me, bro. I mean, it's just like, bro, if I didn't manage, I'd probably still be red right now. The only reason my Netflix trades are slightly green, which they're like, what, 15%, 16 right now? Because I added. Like I said, if you never add, I'd still be red on the trade. So it's like, sure, I wasn't forced to add it, but it's risky to do that. Like I said, could go both ways. But generally, more often than not, I feel like it makes it easier to manage your trades. Like here, I can get out with the 15% green. Versus if I never added, oh fuck, I just hit myself. Versus if fuck, that's me, forget. If I never added, I'd still be red. Right here, small green. I could call the trade right here. Fuck it, small win, walk away. Versus if I never added, I'd still be small reds right here. Show me Walmart. Well, I'm not gonna waste my time. You only got $100 on that shit. No, I'm just playing. I'll show you real quick, bro. This was down $2 on his $100 investment. He's like, ah, fuck. So we pretty much where we said. Small pop, got the pop. If we continue higher, which is very possible, we can maybe see this. If we do get that $1 or $2 squeeze higher, you're gonna be down on that contract, obviously. And if you had more money, like another $100 in there, you could double down in here for the sell, assuming we're headed lower. But yeah, see, 15% loss ain't too shabby. Not gonna lie, compared to whatever you were at earlier, 60% or whatever you said. I'm small green, but it's like shit. So for Walmart, theoretically, you don't want to see it above 95.30 today. If it does, we can start squeezing a bit higher. And to see some selling pressure, you want to see it below 94.75. So something like this currently where we at. You have what you about to 10 next. Chill out, bro. What you buy the May you said? Where's this message at? I forgot what you said, bro, but let's assume you bought the May. I'm gonna pretend. You got till about here. You got till here. If we break out from here, actually I gotta raise this to give you an accurate path. We can be maybe around 91, 92 by May 15th, assuming it's a slow move. If we get a super fast move like this to the downside, then yeah, you'll get paid quicker. But if it's a slower move,
By then it'd be maybe 92, 91. So you're gonna have to be careful with that one if you plan on just sitting on it. But yeah, for today, just watch that 95 level. No way, literally Netflix. Big ass green candle, and I'm not watching for covering Netflix. Yeah, I'm gonna see what's up, but I might have to call it on that one, Pilo. Your call if you want to hold it, but PM. By the way, God is paying here like pretty nice. If anyone added yesterday. See, I like this a lot better. Do you guys remember yesterday morning I told you guys to watch out for that wick? Wicks get filled. Pilo knows this. Wicks get filled. We left that wick, which is liquidity, whatever you want to call it. We filled it, swept it. Now we can reverse lower, and I like the sells a lot better than I did yesterday. And now you have lower targets from yesterday to target. Because yesterday, pre-market, I told you guys, hey, just be careful. We have this setup. If we go for that, you know, be careful with the upside. We got the downside. Now we filled that buy side liquidity, and we have the clean sell side if they want it. Down to these levels from the other day. So I get it, it's sketchy. And to be honest with you, bro, like, you don't have much to do. Like, yeah, you gonna sleep on it. Maybe you're not gonna sleep tonight, whatever. But tomorrow morning, those results are out, and we either up or down type shit. So I don't know how much you're risking. I don't know your port. I don't know all that, but like, I'm sure. Oh shit, we got the move on Apple. Look. So that's resolved now. Apple and SPY, that's cool. Now we can get the true move from here. But yeah, like I said, that's gonna happen tomorrow pre-market. You can't do shit. You're either paid or fucked at the open. If you're not cool with that, which I mean I get it, who would be, consider taking it off. Nice little pops here. I'll probably go ahead and call it a Netflix. Fuck it. Or should I ride? Nice little payout here on God. I'm telling you, if you guys added yesterday, like I said, every dollar under 315, I'm getting paid $100 per contract, and I have a few of them. So this is a nice little win for me right here. And we have this entire range lower. Boy, this might be nice. We'll see. This was yesterday. This is where we are now. We broke below yesterday's range. Next target. Then if we take out these lows, much lower maybe. We'll see what's up. What's Bitcoin doing? Oh, I might have to short this. Oh, this is a beautiful setup. Let me cover this real quick. This might actually bust right here. On a higher time frame. So, bro, we literally drew this jit out. Can't even cap. No cap in my rep. So I said if we don't wait, whatever. So right here was the top range. Swept liquidity. If you reach these lows, this is gonna be a beautiful sell on Bitcoin. So breach these lows if you wanted to be more aggressive. Whoops. You could have taken it on a higher. So I did it based off of the 45, right? I was in the 45-minute, breach of the 45-minute lows. If you want to be more aggressive, you could say, okay, breach of the 12-minute. Or you could go down to a 3-minute. You could say, okay, breach of this level, whatever. But the one that I'm going to leave is this one. That's the 45-minute one. If we get below these levels, we can have the setup we drew out and come back down into this level.
and then if we lose this, we can have another leg low, right? For now, let's focus on where we're at, which is this here. Reach of 90.5K ish, which is here. We can have some really nice sells on Bitcoin. And I know you guys don't trade spot Bitcoin, but if you could, that would be a nice short. The opposing trade would be maybe like shorting MSTR, which I mentioned earlier is super expensive, not really worth it. I'd rather just go ahead and short spot Bitcoin. What? Netflix back to the lows? Who's holding PM? Let me know in the chat. Who's holding PM for ER? Drop a DGen in the chat if you holding PM for ER. I'm just playing, but for real, who got it? And look, now that Apple is rallying, SPY ain't. So always pay attention to price. There's always details in the price, and it'll give you clues. You just gotta pay attention. Netflix new lows. Fucking Pilo. I'm telling you, bro, consider taking it off maybe. If we get the next leg down, beautiful. We're going to be super paid. Or not super paid. We're going to be paid at least. Paider. If that's not even a word. But the real super paid scenario is below 1027. But I'm telling you, with the amount of risk I have on myself or had, I was like, you know what? I'm going to just take some size off. If the rest of them pay, great. But I did not want to let that become a problem again. I only added because I had. Same way I quote unquote had to add up here. Think of it the same way down here. Now that you're green, you have to take some off just to manage your risk. If you don't do it the same way, how you were aggressive to add and you're not aggressive to take it off, it might bite you on the ass. Maybe not specifically today, because the breakdown is starting to look really clean. But yeah, I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna take some off. So I did. And then if the rest hit, then they hit, but at least I took some capital back out. Yeah, see, gang, I'm way higher. Well, not way higher, but I'm higher, so it's like, fuck. Bro, see, like these little green candles, knowing that I took some off, it's like, fuck it. Like, I'm chilling. I'm not tripping too much. If I still had full size, I'd be having mid-heart attack or something. Look at gold. That's a beautiful drive. Finally, bro. Let's go. I bet I'm on Twitter talking my shit. Nice little pop on Netflix. Let's see if we can trigger below 1044. AVGO still at that top range, so this is gonna be a battle right here. I want to see which way they
they move. Do we stay below or do we go above? When you're in tactical areas like this, you need if above bullish, if below bearish. That's how I would trade something like this. Damn, I just realized something. So hopefully Netflix rolls over from these highs, comes back down. I'm gonna go focus gold for 1 second real quick. So focusing on the Wyckoff schematic, one good thing that I just realized right now looking at the picture I posted the other day, I wanted to potentially see a UTAD of these highs, which all that means is put in a high, take out those highs. That's all that means. So how fast does it happen? Don't know. It can take weeks, it can take days, it can take minutes. So for this specific setup on gold, which I need to hide some stuff because this is a little messy. On this specific on this specific setup on gold, this was the high. Wait, is this it? Yeah, Monday. And then we swept it, right? So now let's put the drawings back. I'm gonna move this over. Or actually, I'm gonna just copy it. So that's pretty fucking close. It's off by a couple pennies. But essentially, I did want to see some type of push into this 322.50 zone, which we technically already got overnight, and we don't have to do that anymore. So going back to the 192, this potential, get rid of this now. This potential bounce here I was discussing might not happen, and we can go straight down from here. Let's see. Why you're not moving? Bro, my phone is vibrating like crazy. What's moving, bro? I'm getting a shitload of alerts. Let me get out of this. Whatever, wanted to cover that real quick. But yeah, let's see. An alert on CVS, but I'm not trading that. Yeah, gold looks crazy right. 300 swings for me coming in nicely. I have a 3. Yeah, the 425 Josana you should have managed. Like I said, the best thing to do is take the 516s, the 425s. You had the potential risk of any little squeeze. Obviously squeezing you like you're down right now, and if you didn't add at the highs at any point, which I'm assuming you didn't, if not, your cost basis would have been lower. I don't know what to tell you. If you added, like I said, you'd probably be able to manage, but since you didn't, if you want to hold it, see if you get some of your premiums back, your call. If you just want to secure whatever you have on, it's up to you. Yeah, it's, like you said, down 60%. If it's down 60% as of right now, like I said, if you want to secure whatever capital that's left on it, your call. But it sounds like you didn't add or manage. So up to you. If you want to hold, maybe you make money. Like realistically, Rosana, look at this. This is where we are, right? Let me go to a 12 minute. Looks a little better on a 12 minute. So do you see the day labels right here? Let me know if you see them. This is today, Tuesday. Whoops, I went so crooked. Today, Tuesday. Yesterday, Monday started here. This is Friday. This is Thursday. Why Thursday? Because we didn't trade Friday. But if not, this would have been Friday. So realistically, this is a 2-day range. Friday per se and Monday. Day 1. Day 2. Today is day 3. This happened in 1 day, the span of 1 day or 2 days, right? Like 1.5 from here to here. You have 3 days left on your contract. You have until Friday. If you want to cut it here for the loss, that's fine. But you already took the risk. Like I said, if you would have added, it would have been a little easier. You didn't, that's fine. But you already took the risk. You're already down. You can potentially make money. I'm not saying you will. But the same way, let me copy paste this. The same way in this span of time, we broke down just as easily. We can broke up, we can break down. This would be Thursday, then Friday would be over here. If we did this in 1 day or 1.5, right? Why can't we do the same to the downside in 1.5? By 1.5, aka Wednesday, end of Wednesday, you would be break even, or maybe not break even on the premiums because time has passed, data decay, etc. But you'd at least be striking at being in the money. So right there, at least you have 1 or 2 days left on your contract. Your gold might be sitting right around your strike, so any dollar below, that's in the money. And then you would still have all of Thursday, right? And all of Friday. So if you want to hold it and maybe see this, that is up to you. But like I said, you already took the risk. You're already down. You waited 2 days or whatever amount of days as you were, getting squeezed. Now you're not really getting paid, but it's looking better. So, just food for thought. This can maybe happen, not saying it does. But cutting here for a loss when you already took the risk, you already held for a loss, and etc. Maybe hold and see if this happens. Your call. So look at the premiums, how much you risk, how much you can get right now, and you decide. But this is kind of what can happen. And like I said, look at the days. This happened in 2 days. Why can't this happen in 2? Your call. And that goes for everyone and anyone in gold. We're closing gap 1 here, not yet. Bottom of the gap is here. So that's going to be test 1, bottom of the gap. Do they bounce into day 2 before the next leg down? Or do we flush lower? I'm telling you, it can play out many ways, but you still have plenty of time. Not plenty, a couple days, but still possible if we flush. Any bounces are definitely going to kill you, right? But if we do flush, that will pay you up. Your call. And Netflix, small flip off GP, so far it's okay. If we continue down, that's cool. Anywhere above here, might just call it on that. Yeah, see, Netflix not really liking this here. And then GLD into that support level that we might bounce from. So what time is it? I'm gonna wait a few minutes. Hopefully we get this development on Netflix. That would be beautiful to the downside. But again, anywhere back above here on this GP, I'm probably gonna go ahead and just call it. This is theoretically what we're aiming and hoping for. McDonald's looks cool here. J&J, if anyone did take it earlier when we mentioned fading into that 158.60, you're getting paid here. I did not take that myself. I slept. That might have been nice. And like I said, this one already got earnings out the way. Look at GDXD on ganging up. I shared this shit. What day did I share it? Monday? I'm pretty sure it was Monday. I mean, it's nothing crazy, but 14-15% on a stock is pretty cool. And we're still way down here. If we get the breakout for 100% on a stock, I'll take that any day. And that's not even the neckline. Zoom out a little bit. Go to the 192. Yeah, that would be nasty. We'll see. But yeah, got pretty good averages on these. GDXD and JDST both doing all right since Monday. So eyes coming into resistance, maybe potential reshort before a lower, or actually this one has a small gap. Who knows? I wouldn't take that one, not gonna lie. I'm just looking for setups across the board. Maybe MasterCard, potential reshort into this area here. Resistance, breakdown versus breakout. Visa. I think I probably like Visa a little better. They're both iffy because they're in the midpoints. You're better off shorting something like this closer to the highs. CVX might be an okay buy. Really iffy. Don't know how to feel about oil. But if oil does rally from here, maybe those can bounce as well. This was what we drew out some time ago. I don't know if it was last week or what day. But this was a path on oil. And we're currently following it. So if they break out above from here, which they're trying to do today, these are potential targets. The only thing I don't like about names like CVX is this. So you see the monthly, but on the monthly time frame, this is not normal, bro. You don't just chop for like years on end on the monthly. Like, tell me what stock has just chopped for years. So I'd be careful touching them, because if we do lose these lows, you got much lower targets demonstrated here by the harmonics. We'll see. I don't think Robert's here. Haven't heard from him in a while. He asked. I forgot to cover him for him. But yeah, I'd be careful with anything related to oil. IBM doesn't look too bad. Even Berkshire looks okay. Abiva I'd probably pass on. Lynn looks okay. Not the most liquid. Coca-Cola PM. PG I'd probably pass on. I didn't really like trading that shit last time. And that's it. That's pretty much the whole list I have on watch here. But a lot of those names still valid. Fuck, I'm gonna have to take Netflix off. See, I'm glad I took some off. If I would have not taken any off, I'd be like, shit. I mean, I'm still like shit, but at least I took some off. They were green like 15% overall. Now they're down slightly. So it's like, fuck it. If it was in full size, that shit would have hurt. I muted, my bad, y'all. But yeah, the cells look clean here. So quick little commentary earlier for those of you been here all day watching the price action. You guys remember earlier, SPY was up here while Apple was down here, and I said, hey, Apple has to come up or SPY is gonna break down. Apple caught up to the levels where SPY was. Now that Apple was up here, SPY is at those same levels from earlier. So sell on Apple and potential sell on SPY still viable back to its previous GP, which would be around here. So that is a potential scenario brewing here next few minutes, but we need Apple to close below this 200.60. If Apple closes below 200.60, 200.50, we'll get this potential drop on SPY back to like 525, maybe 524.50 or lower. But we need the help of Apple to do it. So below 200.60, 200.50, and then AVGO has been getting rejected into these highs around 170 the entire day. So that's still going to remain the catalyst for today and the remaining days. Above, they can go for that bullish breakout. If they remain below, they're going to send this back to the lows, maybe even lower. So super interesting battle here across the board. Small bounce on the lows on gold, so breakdown on gold, new lows, reversal on these names to the lows. We'll see what develops the next few minutes, but we do have pretty clear levels to watch here. That is ridiculous. I just saw someone issue a trade I would never issue. I mean, I guess. That would be disgusting. Who knows? I'm gonna choose here. So I kind of smooth trade, short. It is what it is. Bro hit Berkshire one time and fell in love. Bro was like, oh yeah, I only hit Becky now. This who stays on Berkshire now. Good shit though. Yeah, Berkshire's cool. Low IV name, cool to trade. Spreads ain't the best, but other than that, I fuck with it. But fuck it, fuck it. At least you recognize your mistake. It is what it is. Hopefully it's a small loss, nothing brazy, something you can get back. Can we flip here? Let's see. Pull up Netflix. Yikes. I'm probably in the stream soon. Not gonna lie, y'all. Anybody got questions about something? Or y'all chilling? I already told y'all pretty much breakdowns for everything, even PM. I don't want nobody like PM up 5%, 7, 15, 20. Like something ridiculous can literally happen. I just want y'all to be fully aware, prepared for the risk. So tomorrow, pre-market, if we are up, you guys aren't like, yo, I'm down this much or whatever. Like be prepared for the downside and upside. And if you're not, then just don't take the trade. Like I said, this is an earnings trade. You see this box here? This is an open gap, right? So this is a potential trade targeting these lows. I'm not saying we're going to be here after earnings, but from these highs, I don't mind the sell at all, right? So you're shorting these highs, earnings literally pre-market, you're targeting lower. Does it happen? Maybe, maybe not. Just as easily as we're targeting lower, we can get one leg higher into maybe 177 as you see here, which is probably like a 2618 maybe. Let's see. Yeah, this is your 3618. So if this happens, are you prepared to take that loss? Let's say it's X amount of your portfolio. Are you prepared to be down, pretend max loss, just to make the math easy? Whatever you have invested into that trade, are you prepared to see zeros tomorrow? Might not be the case, might only go down 30, 50, whatever. But mentally, you're prepared to see zeros on that. If you are, you can stomach it, you can manage, you can still make other trades and be totally fine in your portfolio, cool. If not, then maybe not the best trade to be holding or taking those ER lottos. And this isn't necessarily a lotto, it has time, but regardless, like I said, if we do get those 177 targets on a squeeze, obviously you'd be down on those puts. Just as easily, what if we gap down 10, 15, 20% overnight? You're going to see, damn, I should have held on to my puts. So those are decisions you guys got to make for yourselves. I share the setups, the levels, potential quality trades at good premiums, strikes, etc. But I can't necessarily tell everyone when they should and shouldn't sell. That's for you guys to decide. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up. Watch AVGO here. My bad, I was away from my desk. Did you just grab that right now, William? I'm gonna go ahead and assume yes. Let me know if so. If you just grab that right now, roughly let me know when, and any older gold trades you already had from yesterday, a couple of days ago, or just in general. I'd say you're maybe okay, assuming we stay below levels. One thing I will ask is why are you adding here at the lows? Because from my knowledge, you've been in. So yeah, just make sure. Like I said, I don't know what you have, what you're in, how you're managing, when you put them on. I know you have a couple different swings positions you've been adding to. So like I said, if you decided this, you're at the lows. Be careful with that. It can definitely pay. Like I said, I'm sure you were here when I covered the potential breakdown next coming days. So for that scenario, if that's why you added, that's cool. This is going to be your point of control. So what you want to see is stay below 312.75 for today, the rest of the day, rest of the week. And you can see maybe the scenario, right? If you took it on for that potential setup, that's fine. But again, my question remains, why here and not up here earlier or whatever? And if you took it yesterday, even from here to here, you'd probably be paid more than loading it here at the lows. Don't know, because I didn't load 430s myself. But yeah, just wondering when you took that, but be careful. If we're below that, is 312.75, cool. If above, and you do have longer dated, maybe just sit on those, but your call. That's not a bad trade, just saying. I'm still wondering how you have it positioned overall. If you know what you're doing, which I'm sure you do, go for it. You should be fine. And then SPY testing, whoops, it's point of control here. And then Apple trying to get back below that GP. So let's see if you managed to do that. And then EVG also getting rejected at those highs. Netflix, unfortunately, not. I want to see it drop on Netflix. No, don't do that. It is what it is. Look at SPY. What a pop and drop. What is that wick? Yeah, watch out here. Not sure what this wickery is, but something definitely going on. Whether you in calls or puts, this type of action does not favor anyone. Pretty hard to manage. Bruh, I went on my phone for 1 minute. What the? What I tell ya? This Wickery is not good for anybody. Right now, it's currently good for the Bears if you was short on this, but like that action, that wick, that pop, and then two next candles, big ass drop. Like what? Where's the direction? Higher time frame, sure. Shorts here might be okay if you were still swinging like the puts we were in earlier, but just in general, like this price section is just erratic. Sounds good, William. I don't know why I thought you had the maze and a couple others, but all right, sounds good. Cool, cool. My bad, y'all. I'm muted here, but anyone that was here, we just got that target on Apple. So earlier mentioned Apple breakout catch up to SPY. Then a couple minutes ago we said, hey, Apple is now above. It should come down to catch up to SPY, and that's what we just got. So pretty interesting action here. McDonald's paying off of that highs rejection if you took those swings. Netflix back below GP, but I want to see new lows. If we don't get new lows, nothing major, at least not for myself. And then gold pushing above, so that's one thing I don't really like here. Apple testing that 199.25 level from earlier that we had discussed here. So if you've been here all day, we said a couple levels to watch for the day, the remainder of the week. SPY 525 currently below, and Apple 199.25 currently above slightly. So those were the only levels to watch this morning, and they remain the only levels to watch here into the close and into the rest of the week. Alright, fuck it. I'm gonna put in the stream here, y'all. Let me know what time is it. I'll stay here till 10:30, so I'm gonna stick around 10 minutes. Let me know if y'all got any questions about any current setups, any trades you had, anything in general, or if not, just tap in on the Discord. But I'm probably call it here, y'all. Go hit the gym, go hike or some shit. Be tired of being in front of the screen all day. How many hours we been here? Started the stream like at 6. Fuck, like 4 hours already. That's crazy. Yo, my bad. I've been on mute. I'm here chilling, just watching the price action. Y'all see the levels. I don't think I gotta say much. Just trying to get a little break. Regardless, I'm gonna probably end stream soon. But yeah, y'all see this. If Netflix gives us at 10:44, next targets are gonna be down into at 10:34, 10:27. So let's see. This can be interesting here. I don't know if Pilo's on stream. I might have to add him. I don't think he cut earlier. Now I'm regretting cutting, but it is what it is. Fuck it. On that pop, I was definitely not regretting cutting. Now it's like, all right, fuck it. Maybe I should have held full size, but it is what it is. Part of the game, gotta manage. We got Pilo. Yeah, let's see what's up with Pilo. I'd probably consider managing here, maybe if we don't breach these lows next 3 minutes. And we said SPY might be back at that 521. We might get it here. So if you shorted up here, it definitely got paid on that. But yeah, again, if we don't breach these lows here, 1044 on Netflix, potential bounce. Definitely want to see the break below next couple minutes and lower to maybe 1034 or 1027. Small pop as seen here before lower is okay, but definitely above here, I'd want to be out. I already took off half, so I'm not going to trim here. Took some off here. So I'm not going to take some off here again because I already reduced my risk. But for Pilo, for example, or someone else who hadn't reduced risk or got short up here or whatever, there's a potential area where you can reduce risk. Don't have to, you can. If you get the breakdown, great, you're going to get paid. Be aware of this potential pop, which is fine as long as we respect these highs. So again, let's see what happens. And then gold rejected right into its golden pocket. So pretty solid action so far. Let's see Netflix. Netflix is tax, bro. I'm telling you, I kind of regretted it. I took it because I was like, ah, fuck it, it looks good. And then immediately when I was down, I was like, ah, shit, regretted it. And then I'm telling you, I ended up adding, which I was like, So definitely when I went low green, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just take it off. They were super expensive. Price wise, premium made sense. It's not like they were taxed, just expensive in the sense of, you know, they're a couple, not a couple thousand, but over 1,000 per contract. Yeah, I'm assuming Pilo ain't here. It is what it is. Fuck it. Hopefully, bro has take profits or some type of shit on his orders. Fuck it, fuck it. Or maybe he doesn't have anything and then we gap down for the rest of the week and he makes a fat ass bag. Hopefully, that'd be cool. But yeah, be careful whenever you're gonna step away. Make sure you know what you're holding, how to manage. But yeah, I'm probably gonna call it here a day myself. I kind of want to stick around literally like 2-3 minutes just in case to see if we do trigger here or not. But everyone should be paid, hopefully, depending what you're in, when you got in, what you took. But yeah, today was a pretty fun day, both sides. And then I'm just happy with the gold trade. That one's been a headache, so hopefully that one starts going crazy. All right, fuck it. Yeah, we didn't give the breakdown. I'm probably go ahead and call it here. Watch this resistance here. If we do start breaking back above 1050, definitely gonna be sign to potentially just go ahead and call it, exit those cells. If we do roll over from there and break down to new lows, then different story. But for the most part, let's see. Let me check PM before I go. All the trades I'll send out should be okay. Shouldn't have to worry about managing them. If you want to take profits or anything along those lines, that's fine. But I think everyone should be okay and know how to manage their portfolio going forward. So let me know if anyone has any questions before I go ahead and hop off. But I'm actually gonna end stream here. So let me know in Discord if you guys have any other questions, or let me know right now before I end stream. But yeah, everyone should be straight, I think. I hope. PM looks okay here. Again, it's an earnings trade tomorrow morning, so be careful. But the small flip to the downside here on PM makes me think we're okay on that. No, everybody's straight. Fuck it, fuck it. All right, we'll tap in the Discord if y'all need some, but I'm gonna go ahead and call it here myself. There's one name I wanted to cover before I got off. What am I missing? So I'll do a quick little recap before I hop off stream. Fuck it. So Walmart followed the little breakdown path from up here when we called it. If you took the Walmart swings, those might be okay, assuming we break down from these levels. Coca-Cola, similar path as Walmart as discussed. CVS also had a small breakdown, but like I said, this one was a lot more expensive. So Coca-Cola or Walmart should be okay if you took them. And like I said, if we stay below these levels, continue lower, those should be viable and decent trades to swing going forward. SPY, we kind of already covered a little bit. This is the level we wanted to watch break down. If we don't break down below these levels, there's a high probability they bounce back above here, which they're probably going to do here if I am honest with you guys. They're probably going to do this. Well, maybe not that high. Probably, actually, yes. They have this wick and then this wick to the upside. So this is the current battle right now. Watch the yellow box. If they get above it, then currently short-term bullish. If they stay below, short-term bearish. So these two little paths are at battling it out right here. What else did we talk about? Netflix. That one paid. It was a little bit of a headache. So first set went red, added, went green, took them off. Then this happened. Now back to the lows. So here we're wondering, hey, is it gonna bounce, reject these highs, and break down from here, or are we? Or are we gonna go for the breakout? So this is the battle here on Netflix. For now, as long as it stays below resistance, that's fine. MSTR, which I don't really care for. Mentioned potential sells on this. Back to the lows. That is based off the Bitcoin sells I mentioned, which let's check on. As you can see, we're above the sales trigger, which was here. Whoops. We're above sales trigger. We have not triggered. What you want to see for sales on Bitcoin is slip below this 90.5K level. Then you can see something like this, right? That's the thesis. MSTR should come down off that. So that's one trade, which again, I wouldn't recommend MSTR. McDonald's discussed potentially shorting the highs as we have been doing. So if you shorted this high, you should be relatively green on this pullback. Obviously, we have a long way down to go, assuming we're going all the way back to these lows, right? Which again, this was on 4.7 about what, 2 weeks ago? Not that long ago. And this was yesterday. So we did this in one day. We did this entire range in about a week. So what if it from here to the next week? Whoops. From here to next week, we do, you know, the same drop. Not saying it happens, but if we did it in 7 days, why not? So we'll see. But McDonald's, if you took that snipe today, pretty clean entry. What am I missing? Cost, I don't think it's gonna fill the gap, to be honest with you guys. We'll see. Is there any names I haven't covered? Spot I mentioned, but I mean I didn't do an official trade. Didn't really like the prices. We'll see. PM, I think I discussed already. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm not missing anything, I'm pretty sure. It should be everything. So hopefully I'll straight. I'm double checking all my trades. Yeah, should be everything I issued. Did I cover T-Mobile? I don't think I covered T-Mobile. Yeah, clean action on T-Mobile as well. Lower lows, lower highs. As long as we continue that, we should be fine. Let's check the lower time frame. Had a lot of overhead resistance here, so shorting this pop would have been a pretty good call. But we're short from back here, so it's fine. Yeah, we'll see. This trade has potential as well. This one has earnings on Thursday or Wednesday. No, Thursday. So Thursday, T-Mobile, PM tomorrow, pre-market. Whoever's holding, like I told you guys, it's a binary reaction. Good luck to everyone. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Ramiro, why don't you ask before you do something, fam? I'm telling you, I'd much rather. And I even asked earlier, is anyone in any trades you need help managing? Or nobody says anything. You guys don't speak up until you have a potential problem, which I don't mind helping, but the problem is sometimes I'm not going to be able to help you. I can't change prices. So I'd much rather you hit me up and ask questions before you take the trade versus after when you have a problem. I don't have 420 weeklies. Yes, I have weeklies. So only thing is I don't know when you bought in. I don't know if you scaled in like me and Pilo did. I don't know what strike you have. I don't know what you paid. I don't know none of that information. And unless you give me some more context clues, I can't really try to help you in your situation. If you want to DM me your port, go for it. But like I said, I don't know how you're doing. If you're not green here on Netflix, you did something wrong, most definitely. Because me and Pilo are for sure green. Like I said, we added. Well, actually, I don't know about Pilo for sure green, but you should be okay. You're either break even or small green if you managed accordingly and added. If you didn't, you're probably red here. So that's why I'm asking, when did you buy in? What did you buy? What did you pay? All of that is pretty important. And I already reduced risk too, so just to be clear. But let me know before I hop off stream so I can try to help you out with that. And you're on a smaller port if I'm not mistaken, so there's no need for you to be taking Netflix. I'm glad you took it. Fuck it, this can get you paid. But just be mindful with the risk you take. Be very selective. And if you're not taking all the other swings, this trade, for example, let's say you risk 1,000 or 2,000 bucks on a weekly. If you don't have 1,000 or 2,000 bucks that you put on in swings today, why are you putting 1,000 or 2,000 in risk on something that can literally screw you in a day? Doesn't make sense to me. You want to allocate the bigger capital and majority of your trades in the bigger, safer swings majority of the time. But let me know, Ramiro, before I hop off. And then new lows here on Netflix, so cool. But no, you didn't mess up by taking the weekly expiration. That's what I took. Contracts like Netflix are pretty expensive. Generally, I'll take them preferably on a Thursday or Friday when they're a lot cheaper. But this specific setup I thought was worth it. In case I short today, Tuesday, I have the rest of the week to potentially capture some of that downside move. Theoretically, I wanted my 1027 targets hit today, so I could try to get 100% into those targets. And once I get 100%, I can reduce half my risk, leave runners for free.
But if I don't get that today, I'll see. I'll update you guys closer to the close. Ideally, that's best case scenario. Get risk free before the close. If I can't do that, then I'm gonna be forced to hold some risk overnight, which might not be too great for me, obviously. And we have Tesla ER after hours. I hope you guys are aware. So might get fireworks after the close. Alright, you're not replying, bro, so I'm assuming you're straight. Good luck with your Netflix trade. Again, I have no idea what you took, when you took it, or whatever. But if you followed my commentary like Pilo did, you should be doing fine. So good luck with that. I'm in the stream here. I'll catch y'all. Let me know if y'all need help with something in the Discord. But I'm pretty much done for today. Until tomorrow, we'll see what's up. Alright, catch y'all, DGs. Drop a like on the fucking stream. I'll get my likes up, bruh. But alright, I'll catch y'all. Good luck. We'll see what's up. New lows here on Netflix, so let's see if we get continuation throughout the day. But like I said, whatever y'all in on the swings, y'all should be straight, or at least have some type of idea on how to manage your positions.